Chapter 1160. Eruption begins. First update. The sky turned dark as if a demon god had slashed the sky with his saber. As the saber slashed down, the saber light tore through the sky and shattered the earth. It was as if a thick ink brush had been swung, and the void was like a canvas. When the saber light dissipated like smoke, Chern Zone was pushed back thousands of meters. The Heavenly Gate Mountain was even split open by the saber. A long gully was still filled with domineering saber aura, causing one's heart to palpitate. Executing this saber attack had almost exhausted all of his strength. The Heaven Demon General only felt a wave of weakness in his body. However, that human was not dead. He was not even injured. Little did he know that Chern Zone had now gained the recognition of the Kanglan world. In the Kanglan world, Chern Zone could unleash even more strength. Kill! The Heaven Demon General roared, but he did not take any action. In an instant, shocking auras shot up to the sky from all directions. Following that, figures broke out of the ground. They were all demon thearchs who had long concealed their auras. At this moment they all attacked. Damn it! Despicable! The human thearchs were all enraged. They immediately reacted. With the 3 high-level thearch-ranked formidable martial artists in the lead, they unleashed all their strength and rushed towards Chern Zone. They wanted to help Chern Zone. The supreme Gyendi of the human race should not fall under the demon race's scheme. In an instant, 22 demon thearch-ranked formidable martial artists attacked from all angles. It was as if an ancient volcano had erupted. They attacked with all their might just to kill the supreme Gyendi of the human race. Among these demon thearchs, 9 were the Heaven Demon General's personal guards. There were 2 high-level demon thearchs and 7 mid-level demon thearchs. The other 13 were the flag-bearers of the 13 demon flags of the Heaven Ancient Demon Hall. There were 3 high-level demon thearchs and 10 mid-level demon thearchs. The black dragon soared through the sky, the saber light was peerless, and the fist force was like a mountain. The all-out attack looked as if it was going to shatter the sky. This was a premeditated attack. No matter the angle or timing, it was perfect. Even if the human thearch-ranked formidable martial artists reacted in time, everything was within the demon race's calculations. In the next breath, the human Gyendi would be struck by 22 powerful attacks. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the corners of Chern Zone's mouth curled up, his expression indifferent, not the slightest bit panicked by the Demon Emperor's attack. It was as if everything was under his control. In fact, Chern Zone had long known that the demons had set up an ambush. Although the ambush of these demon sovereigns was very well hidden, and all their auras were concealed, making it impossible for the group of titled emperors to detect them, they couldn't escape Chern Zone's spiritual senses. Chern Zone had already seen everything clearly. Right now, Chern Zone had already expected him to make a move. Everything was within his grasp. The long sword soared through the sky. The body of the sword trembled slightly, and a melodious sound shook the world. Immediately after, the white clouds in the sky were vast and mighty. A shocking aura was born in the sky, as if it was going to split the sky and earth apart. The heavenly might was brilliant and boundless, as if it was the wrath of the heavens. Sword of the heavenly heart. With the help of the heavens, the boundless power of the heavens and earth surged and condensed in this sword, erupting with a terrifying power. This sword was even stronger than when he had used it on the 8th level of the Earth Demon Abyss. The Heavenly Demon General's eyelids suddenly twitched, and some fear grew from the depths of his heart. Under this sword, the 22 demon sovereigns who had unleashed their full strength seemed to have become small fries. Their full-strength attack also seemed to have become insignificant. The moment the 22 terrifying rays of black light came into contact with the sword light of the Sword of the Heavenly Heart, they silently and rapidly melted away, like snow meeting the scorching sun. Between the heavens and earth, there was a bright light, and indistinct roars and roars could be heard, as if the heavens and earth were angry. The 22 demon sovereigns only felt their bodies freeze, as if they were frozen in the void, waiting for judgment. Their hearts were tormented. Boom! The majestic sword light directly bombarded the bodies of the 22 demon sovereigns, engulfing them. Then, it bombarded the heavenly gate mountain that had been split open. The ground shook, and 2 cracks spread rapidly from the left and right, emitting endless light. The astonishing sound was infinitely pulled away, and the light became more and more intense, making people unable to open their eyes. To everyone's surprise, a black streak of light suddenly appeared in the void. It tore through the sky like a bolt of black lightning, carrying with it an indomitable killing intent. It seemed to break through the barriers of the world, cutting into the sword light and charging towards Chen Zong. This blade, traversing heaven and earth. This blade, shattering the sky. This blade, ending life. This blade, all things wither. Heaven Old Demon Lord made his move. The 22 demon sovereigns attacked, which was the first wave, and Heaven Old Demon Lord made his move, which was the second wave. If the first wave of attack killed the human Jiendi, then Heaven Old Demon Lord did not have to make his move. If the human Jiendi was not killed, Heaven Old Demon Lord would appear and kill again. The strength of a top demon sovereign completely erupted in an instant. This blade used up all of Heaven Old Demon Lord's strength. Absolute kill blade. This blade, through the sword of the heavenly heart, made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. However, Chen Zong's expression was calm. This attack was also expected. Unexpectedly, the power was very strong. Horizontal sword. The blade and sword collided, and a terrifying power crazily poured out. The astonishing blade light blasted towards Chen Zong, as if it wanted to tear Chen Zong into pieces. But under Chen Zong's exquisite sword technique, all the blade light was blocked and shattered. The light dissipated, and the 22 demon sovereigns who attacked fell to the ground one after another, each of them heavily injured, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. A huge crater was blasted out of Heaven Gate Mountain, which was 1,000 meters in size. 2 huge cracks spread to the left and right, which were 10,000 meters long. Looking down from above, it was like a huge mouth, swallowing everything. It also emitted an astonishing sword chi fluctuation, carrying with it a brilliant heavenly might. In the sky, 2 figures confronted each other, and the blade and sword clashed. The astonishing chi was incomparably sharp, shooting out in all directions from the point of collision. Heaven Old Demon Lord's eyes were deep, like a black hole in the universe, staring at Chen Zong, as if he wanted to absorb Chen Zong's soul. Chen Zong's eyes were white, like a boundless sea of clouds, and he was not affected in the slightest. The absolute kill blade was blocked, which was completely out of Heaven Old Demon Lord's expectations, but Heaven Old Demon Lord's reaction was extremely fast. His left hand bent into a claw, ruthlessly grabbing at Chen Zong's heart, causing Chen Zong's heart to unconsciously tighten. The index and middle fingers of his left hand were like a sword, and with a slash, an ancient sword mark was left in the void, like a sword piercing through the air, pointing at Heaven Old Demon Lord's claw. Blade and sword, finger and claw. After 1,000 years of suppression, Heaven Old Demon Lord's cultivation did not increase at all. Instead, it was constantly weakened. However, 1,000 years of time was not wasted. His cultivation could not increase, but he could comprehend martial art. 1,000 years of accumulation allowed Heaven Old Demon Lord's comprehension of martial arts to reach an astonishing height. When he broke out of the seal, his cultivation was restored. Although there was no growth compared to 1,000 years ago, his strength was more than 30% stronger. Although the Heaven Old Demon General was powerful, Heaven Old Demon Lord was confident that he could defeat him within 100 moves. But now, he could not do anything to a human. This made Heaven Old Demon Lord very shocked. He thought that in this era, with his strength, he should be invincible. Chen Zong was also very surprised. This top demon emperor's martial arts attainments were extremely high. He had already turned complexity into simplicity. Any move he used seemed simple and ordinary, but in fact it contained infinite mysteries, and could turn something rotten into something magical. Chen Zong was sure that this demon emperor's strength was not only superb, but his martial arts were also extremely brilliant. It was something he had never seen before in his life. Of course, there were definitely many more who were better than his martial arts. However, they were all very strong and did not belong to the same level at all. For example, those half-step saints and even Saint Realm powerhouses. Kill! The human emperor powerhouses rushed over one after another, fighting fiercely with the injured 22 demon emperors. The heaven-old demon general continued to recover his strength, his eyes staring at Chen Zong. His heart was extremely shocked. In any case, he did not expect that this human Jiandi could survive 2 attacks, and even, he was not injured at all. According to their deduction time and time again, the timing of the attack was grasped to the peak. Whether it was the heaven-old demon general or heaven-old demon lord, in the face of such an attack, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. Their strength would be greatly reduced, and it would be difficult to escape. Little did they know that their so-called ambush had been known by Chen Zong, and the sudden attack naturally did not work. Heaven-old demon lord's strength was indeed very strong. For a time, Chen Zong could not defeat him, and could only maintain a tie. However, Chen Zong's soul was more powerful after the liquefaction. His spiritual sense was extremely strong, and coupled with his terrifying perception, he gradually grasped the essence of heaven-old demon lord's martial arts. A sword slashed out horizontally. The vast expanse of white sword light carried with it the power of heaven and earth of the blue billow world. It seemed ordinary, but it was mysterious to the extreme. The changes of heaven and earth caused Heaven Ancient Demon Lord's expression to change greatly. Heaven Old Demon Lord was shocked to find that in the face of this sword, he could not dodge. The changes contained in it were beyond his understanding. The sword's speed was extremely fast, and did not give Heaven Old Demon Lord any extra time, directly slashing down. Heaven Old Demon Lord could only resist. This was also the first time he resisted Chen Zong's attack, because he could not rely on his own exquisite martial arts to resolve it. This sword carried the extremely vigorous power of heaven and earth, and Chen Zong's tyrannical strength, and the sword forced Heaven Old Demon Lord to retreat. Heart-settling sword. The sword finger of his left hand drew a line in the air, and the sword light broke through the air. Heaven Heart Sword. The third sword followed, and the majestic might of heaven descended. Heaven Old God Fist. Heaven Old Demon Lord roared, and an astonishing aura gushed out from his body, soaring into the sky. A huge figure was entrenched in the air, raising a huge fist, shaking the void, and with a boundless and vigorous intent, fiercely punched out. This punch was the ultimate move that Heaven Old Demon Lord had comprehended after being suppressed for 1,000 years. Its power was extremely tyrannical. One punch, shattering the dome of the sky, invincible. Whether it was the heart-settling sword or the Heaven Heart Sword, they were all shattered under this punch. The terrifying fist energy blasted out, as if the sky had collapsed, suppressing the earth and destroying all living things. Chen Zong's body was suppressed, and the surrounding space was completely solidified, like a piece of steel, crazily squeezing. This kind of power, even the body of a low-level devil emperor could not withstand, and would directly collapse. Chen Zong's physique was tyrannical, his strength was powerful, and with the protection of the blue billow world, he was unharmed. The white light in Chen Zong's eyes became denser and denser, and the sea of clouds in the bottom of his eyes gradually surged, as if sweeping away, turning into an entire world. This was the world of the clouds and also the world of the heart. Following the clouds, following the heart. Heart without heart. Intentional or unintentional. Clouds move with the heart. Thinking with the Heart. Chapter 1161. The ancient god fist smashed down, as if the sky had collapsed, and a part of the world was suppressed. Time and space stagnated. The mighty and domineering punch carried with it a terrifying force that was like a mountain crashing down. The human race, titled emperors and demon emperors, who were fighting fiercely, all stopped because the terrifying aura had spread to their bodies, causing them to be extremely shocked and unable to move their bodies. They felt as if their bodies were about to be crushed. In the distance, the heavenly demon general, who had recovered his strength, was also secretly frightened. Heaven ancient demon lord could unleash such a terrifying attack, which was much stronger than his own unique skill, heavenly demon blade. Terrifying. He believed that if this punch landed, the human Giendi would not be able to resist at all, and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open, each of them holding their breaths. Everyone was watching. This blow would determine life and death. Thoughtless and unintentional, sword Tao boundless, the boundless aura became denser and denser, pervading his entire body. Chen Zong seemed to have turned into a gust of wind, blowing in the void, turning into a cloud, floating between heaven and earth. Heartless sword. A voice that came from the deepest part of his heart, the deepest part of his soul. Chen Zong waved his sword. There was no need for a specific posture, as he wished, any angle could be used. There was no fixed trajectory, and it was natural and unconstrained. Not for the sake of using the sword was unintentional and did not exist between heaven and earth. This sword was a part of what Chen Zong had comprehended before. Now that he was under the terrifying pressure of the ancient heaven demon lord's ancient divine fist, he was inspired to use it. Boundless sword. The solidified void was pierced, and a poochie sound was heard. Heaven ancient demon lord's full-strength punch, and that terrifying fist shadow was immediately pierced. The sword that was exquisite to the extreme seemed to have merged with heaven and earth, untraceable, unavoidable, and unstoppable. Heaven ancient demon lord could only watch as a beam of sword light pierced through the void. The sword light was fluctuating in the void, and he did not know where it would stab. He could not dodge or resist. Explode. Since he could not dodge or resist, then he would erupt with all his strength to strengthen his defense. His power gushed out in an instant, turning into a black oval that covered his entire body. Heaven old Devil Lord had always disdained this kind of method. He preferred to use his own brilliant martial arts to break the opponent's attack, but he had no choice but to do so. A sword arrived, piercing through the layer of black energy defense, and like a hot knife through butter, it shot towards Heaven Old Demon Lord. With a poochie sound, Heaven Old Demon Lord's heart was pierced. Pure demonic energy erupted once more, clamping down on the sword. Heaven Ancient Demon Lord's face was ferocious, a bloodthirsty red light shooting out from his eyes. He thrust out a finger, piercing towards Chen Zong's head, as if he wanted to make Chen Zong's head explode. Under normal circumstances, if one's heart was pierced, they would suffer great damage and would not be able to retaliate. However, Heaven Old Devil Lord did not seem to be affected at all. His powerful counterattack was extremely terrifying, and he wanted to kill Chen Zong. Even if he were to die, he would drag someone down with him. Moreover, he might not necessarily die. Facing this finger, Chen Zong's eyes flashed. His left hand reached behind him and grabbed the hilt of the Nirvana evil sword. The sword shot out like an aurora, and an evil aura spread out. The grayish-white sword light slashed down in an instant. Heaven Old Demon Lord's finger was shattered. The intense pain made Heaven Old Demon Lord's heart relax. The scarlet flame-sharp sword twisted, and a terrifying sword chi erupted. The two swords went berserk, rolling up an astonishing sword storm, madly slashing out. Each sword carried a terrifying power. Slash, slash, slash. Everyone was stunned. They could only watch helplessly as Heaven Old Demon Lord was engulfed by the blazing sword light. From the time Heaven Old Demon Lord made his move until now, the time was actually very short. Heaven Old Demon General's strength had only recovered by 30%, but at this moment, he was not allowed to continue recovering his strength. Erupting, a blade slashed through the air, ruthlessly slashing towards Chen Zong. Nirvana Sword Chi trembled. An array of Nirvana Sword Chi shot out, immediately shattering the blade light. The grayish-white Sword Chi was like a hot knife through butter, bringing with it an extreme aura of Nirvana, causing Heaven Old Demon General's hair to stand on end, not daring to take it head-on. The sword light paused, and Heaven Old Demon Lord's body was fragmented, falling down like a pile of minced meat. Looking carefully, the minced meat was dry, like withered tree bark. The Nirvana Evil Sword devoured all of Heaven Old Demon Lord's vitality. Since entering the devouring devil forbidden land, killing the void evil devils and devouring their vitality, the Nirvana Evil Sword had some changes. For example, now it could actually devour the vitality of others. When it was in Yi Qianqiu's hands, it did not have such an ability. More than 1,000 years ago, his might shook the continent, sweeping across the Tsanglan continent with the Heaven Old Demon Hall, bringing about a great disaster. Even the half-step saint-level powerhouse at that time could not kill him, and could only suppress him under the sea for 1,000 years. Now, he had broken out of the seal, and his strength had become even more powerful, but he was actually dead. Even if the half-step saint-level powerhouse back then, strictly speaking, could not be called a true half-step saint-level. The contrast was too great, and all of a sudden, everyone fell into a daze. It was as if a great demon king who wreaked havoc in the world had suddenly been killed, without a bang. The surroundings were silent, not a single sound could be heard. Heaven Old Demon Hall's 13 demon banners were all dumbfounded. In their hearts, Heaven Old Demon Lord was incomparably strong, and could not be killed, but now he was dead, killed by the Jiendi of the human clan. For a time, they could not react at all. The Heavenly Demon General was also shocked. There was no doubt that Heaven Old Demon Lord's strength was stronger than him, but now, he was killed, and his bones were not left. His fate was extremely miserable. This was originally a conspiracy set up by the Demon Clan and the Demon Dao. The purpose was to kill the Jiendi of the human clan. Unexpectedly, even the life of Heaven Old Demon Lord was lost. If Heaven Old Demon Lord still had a little consciousness, he would probably be puzzled as to why this would happen. More than 1,000 years ago, even though he was defeated and suppressed, he was still alive. Now that he had broken out of the seal, he was even more powerful, and was destined to unify the Tsanglan continent. How could he die like this, and die so sullenly? To Chernzong, it was a pity that he could not refine Heaven Old Demon Lord's blood into a blood bead. After all, the power contained in the blood essence of a peak demon emperor was not little, and it was very useful to him. Although it was a pity, Chernzong did not immerse himself in it. The Nirvana Evil Sword returned to its scabbard, and with a slash of the crimson flame sharp sword, the sword light broke through the air, and attacked the Heavenly Demon General. Heaven Old Demon Lord was already dead, and a big disaster was removed. There was only the Heavenly Demon General, a peak demon emperor, left. If he was killed, the demon clan would be defeated. Kill. The Heavenly Demon General's strength was almost depleted, and he immediately fled into the distance. Things could not be done, it was better to leave first, and then ask for help, allowing more demon emperors to enter the surface and kill this human. Heaven Heart Sword. A sword slashed down, the heavenly might was brilliant, as if the heavens were angry, causing the Heavenly Demon General's heart to tremble. This sword was difficult to dodge, and he erupted with all his strength to deal with it. With a boom, the Heavenly Demon General's body fell. Chernzong turned into a sword light and quickly approached, slashing out. With a poochie sound, blood splattered in the sky. The heavenly demon general's head was cut off, and blood spurted out from his neck like a fountain. Using the blood refining technique, the heavenly demon general's blood essence was immediately refined into blood beads. The heavenly demon general was from the Demon King clan, and his essence was very tyrannical. He was also a peak demon emperor, and his blood essence was very vigorous. First was Heaven Old Demon Lord, then the heavenly demon general. 2 peak demon emperors died one after another, causing the demon clan's morale to plummet, and Chunzong held his sword and killed the other demon emperors. Kill, kill, kill. With a sword in hand, even a high-level demon emperor could be killed in 3 swords, invincible. Coupled with the suppression of the human clan's titled emperor, it did not take long for all 22 demon emperors to die, turning into 22 blood beads. Kill. Tens of thousands of demon clan's elite army could not escape, and were crazily killed by the human clan's martial artists. The demon clan's army, whose morale had fallen to the extreme, found it difficult to exert their strength to the extreme. In the end, the human clan's side, with the smallest loss, completely annihilated tens of thousands of demon clan's elite army. Corpses were everywhere, but it made the human clan's side happy. This was the greatest victory they had seen so far. 2 peak demon emperors, a group of high-level and mid-level demon emperors, and tens of thousands of demon clan's elite army were all annihilated, and not a single one escaped. Take advantage of the victory to pursue, and kill our way to the demon-suppressing fortress. A high-level demon emperor immediately said, and then looked at Chunzong. Supreme Jendi, what do you think? Chunzong nodded. Indeed, the human clan's morale was greatly boosted, and their fighting spirit soared to the sky. It was the best time to counterattack. Kill. The army advanced forward majestically, killing their way into the continent and eliminating the Demon Dao forces. After losing their peak powerhouses, the Demon Dao side did not have much resistance at all, and were instantly defeated, fleeing like birds and beasts. They pushed forward all the way to the west. There were still many demon clans guards at the demon-suppressing fortress, and some low-level demon emperors. Before they knew what had happened, a group of human clans titled Emperor Powerhouses and human clans Sky Profound Realm Powerhouses had already arrived. Kill without mercy. Even though the environment here was more favorable to the demon clan and unfavorable to the human clan, the demon clan could not resist the human clan's soaring fighting spirit. Chunzong was naturally among them, and with a slash of his sword, a demon emperor fell and was refined into blood beads. Several demon emperors died one after another, and the remaining demon clan members were also killed. Destroy the passage. This was the most important thing. If the passage was not destroyed, the demon clan would open it again, enter the surface, and attack the Kanglan continent again. With Chunzong as the leader and a group of human clans titled Emperor Powerhouses as support, under an all-out attack, the space passage that the demon clan had spent a lot of energy to open was destroyed in an instant. Of course, one day in the future, the demon clan might open the space passage again, descend to the surface again, and launch another attack, but that was unknown how many years later, and had nothing to do with Chunzong. Each era had its own leader. This time's attack had plunged the people into an abyss of misery and suffering. Countless powerhouses had died, and countless inheritances had been severed. If it happened again, the Kanglan continent's martial arts level would regress by many years. However, there were also advantages and disadvantages. Under the pressure of the demon clan and the demon path, there were many people with great potential among the human clan who rose in this chaotic world. However, no one could compare with the Supreme Jendi Chunzong. The Supreme Jendi, one man and one sword coming from the east, one sword going straight to the west. With one sword in hand, he was invincible, killing countless demon clan and demon path cultivators. His sword was stained with the blood of countless demon clan and demon path cultivators. He even killed his way into the earth demon abyss, and with the strength of one man and one sword, He killed countless demon clan powerhouses. He could be called a legend. Those of the same generation as the Supreme Jiendi were all overshadowed. Chapter 1162. In the Kanglan continent, the sky was blue and cloudless. It was clear as if it had been carefully washed. The chaotic demonic aura that originally occupied all the continents in the Kanglan continent had disappeared without a trace. Even the demon suppression fortress, which was first occupied by the demon clan, had clear skies. The demon clan had been completely wiped out. However, there were still human martial artists guarding the demon suppression fortress. They reorganized the demon suppression army to guard the area and prevent the demon clan from opening another space tunnel. This time, there were a total of 10 titled emperors guarding the fortress. It was enough to deal with any unexpected situation. However, in some continents, there were still demon cultivators who were struggling at death's door. The titled emperors of the human race jointly issued a demon-slaying order. Righteous martial artists could obtain merits by killing demon cultivators. These merits could be used to exchange for cultivation techniques, martial arts, and even treasures. The rewards were very generous. Demon cultivators became the target of scorn. Chen Zong did not pay attention to all of this because he was in seclusion. He refined a large number of blood pearls to improve his body refining cultivation. Chen Zong refined the blood pearls that contained amazing power. His qi and blood continued to strengthen, and so did his dragon power. Then, it nourished his bones, muscles, and organs. Waves of dragon roars came from Chen Zong's body. It was like thunder that shook heaven and earth. When all the blood pearls were refined and absorbed, Chen Zong's body refining cultivation also stabilized. Late-stage Dragon Power Realm Level 9. The further he progressed, the harder it was to improve his cultivation. However, it was beyond Chen Zong's expectations to be able to reach late-stage Dragon Power Realm Level 9. His body trembled slightly, and the sound of bones and tendons rang out. It was like the sound of thunder from tigers and leopards. It spread in all directions and shook the void. Tyrannical power filled his body, and the void rippled out layer by layer. It hit the hard walls all around and bounced back. The collision of the ripples created a storm in the secret cultivation room. In the center of the storm was Chen Zong. Suppress. With a soft shout, the storm paused. Then, it blew away like a breeze and dissipated. The wind was calm and the waves were calm. When he inhaled, there was a shocking whistling sound. It was like a whale sucking in water and a dragon swallowing clouds. The air in the secret cultivation room was instantly sucked in, turning it into a vacuum. The air from the outside world immediately seeped in and replenished the air. As he exhaled, the astonishing whistling sound became even more intense. It was like a thunderclap that swept up a hurricane, causing a series of explosions. This breath contained an extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to blow up the secret room from the inside. He inhaled like a whale and exhaled like a heavenly dragon. It was obvious that Chen Zong's body and internal organs were strong. Opening the closed door, the secret room was suddenly swept out by a turbulent storm, making whistling sounds. Now that the disaster of the devil race has been resolved, the devil path is struggling at death's door. Chen Zong narrowed his eyes and looked at the clear sky. The sky was clear, the earth was bright, and his mind was pure. Most of his wish to return to the Kanglan world had been accomplished. The only thing left was to return to the eastern land of Chaotian Island and reunite with his family. This was Chen Zong's final wish. Once it was completed, he would be able to leave Blue Wave's world without any regrets and return to Lingwu Holy World. He bid farewell to his master, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain. As for his eldest senior brother Tanghua, he was now guarding the demon-suppressing fortress again. As for his second senior brother Feng Shifui, he was searching everywhere for devil path experts to kill. Now you have far surpassed me. Only you can walk the path in the future. the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain sighed with emotion. When he had accepted Chen Zong as his disciple, he had taken a fancy to Chen Zong's talent and temperament. The Lord of Blue Feather Mountain believed that one day, Chen Zong might surpass him. However, it would take at least 100 years. 100 years was the most conservative estimate. He had never expected that after he had woken up from his coma, his disciple would have such astonishing achievements in less than 20 years. The supreme Jiandi of the human race. A sword coming from the east repelled the devil race and defeated the devil path, becoming a supreme legend. However, as his master, he had not truly taught Chen Zong anything. He had to say that it was a kind of regret. However, to Chen Zong, he respected this master of Blue Feather Mountain from the bottom of his heart. Back then, if his master had not done his best, he would have died under the devil race's attack. Master, I'm leaving. Chen Zong left behind many things that were useless to him but useful to his master. He knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before getting up and leaving. Looking at Chen Zong's departing figure, the Lord of Blue Feather Mountain suddenly had a feeling that perhaps it would be difficult to see his disciple again in this lifetime. This was a farewell. Chen Zong was extremely fast. Like an aurora streaking across the sky, he flew rapidly out of the Kanglan continent. Soon, he had flown out of the Taiyuan continent. Not long after, Chen Zong saw a vast ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. The deep blue ocean water was constantly fluctuating. Huge sea beasts wandered freely in the ocean, causing thousands of waves to rise. Looking at the deep blue ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see, Chen Zong could not help but be immersed in his memories. Many years ago, when he left Chaotian Island, he took Qing Chen's spiritual boat to the Kanglan continent. However, he encountered a fight with experts on the way. The spiritual boat was destroyed and he lost contact with Qing Chen. After experiencing life and death, he finally arrived at the Kanglan continent and began his journey as an expert. Thinking of Qing Chen, Chen Zong felt a little regretful. During the devil race's invasion, Qing Chen fought with the devil race and disappeared. Perhaps he was dead, or perhaps something else. In short, Chen Zong made some inquiries but found nothing. Even the Qing family did not know. In his memories, Chen Zong did not slow down. Soon, he crossed the ocean and arrived at Chaotian Island. After arriving at Chaotian Island, Chen Zong naturally went to the Zongjing sword sect first. This sect could be considered as the beginning of his sword Dao. Chen Zong was already a founding member of the Zongjing sword sect. Chen Zong's return was celebrated by the entire Zongjing sword sect. Otherwise, if Chen Zong had kept a low profile, the Zongjing sword sect would have held a banquet to celebrate for 7 days and 7 nights. After staying in the Zongjing sword sect for half a day, Chen Zong could not hold back his desire to return home. He quickly left. Crossing the 100-beast mountain range, Chen Zong's emotions were fluctuating. He was secretly excited. His father, Chen Jingtang, his concubine, his younger sister, Chen Chuyun, and other important people were still alive. Moreover, they were living well. In the past, Chen Zong had defeated all of his powerful enemies, allowing the Chen family to rebuild, take root, and monopolize a city for development. With the cultivation methods, martial arts, and resources left behind by Chen Zong, as well as the protection of the puppet experts, as well as the friends of the true martial sex experts, these years, the Chen family had been developing smoothly. Now, the Chen family was one of the most famous families on the eastern continent. Chen Jingtang was a master of the true martial realm, and Chen Chuyun was also a master of the true martial realm. They were also famous sword masters on the eastern continent. After returning home and seeing his family, Chen Zong relaxed completely. It was a kind of relaxation that came from the bottom of his heart and soul. The wanderer had returned home, and the weary bird had returned to its nest. Chen Zong was not a weary bird, because his martial arts and sword arts had just begun. He had just stepped on the road of becoming a master. It was more appropriate to describe Chen Zong as a young eagle spreading its wings. However, the words wanderer vividly described Chen Zong's state of mind. After several expansions, the Chen family mansion had become very large. There were also pavilions, bamboo forests, and so on. The environment was beautiful. There was a lake in the bamboo forest. The lake water was green, and a leaf boat was gently floating on the lake. A white figure was lying on the bamboo leaf boat. His hands were placed behind his head as a pillow. His eyes were half closed, and he was looking at the sky. Clouds were floating in the sky. He was leisurely and free. This was Chen Zong. After returning home and reuniting with his family, Chen Zong put aside his cultivation for the time being. When he was free, he would lie here and let his body float on the water with the bamboo leaf boat, watching the clouds in the sky. Chen Zong discovered that this actually had an obvious improvement to his mental state. "Brother Zong." A cold voice with a bit of sharpness came from the shore. "It's Sister Yun." Chen Zong slowly got up and looked at the tall figure on the shore with a smile. It was Chen Chuyun. Long ago, Chen Chuyun taught Chen Zong how to practice swordsmanship. Strictly speaking, Chen Chuyun was Chen Zong's initiator in swordsmanship. But now, Chen Zong was far ahead of Chen Chuyun, not only in cultivation, but also in swordsmanship. There was no comparison between the two of them. Now that Chen Zong was back, and Chen Chuyun liked practicing swordsmanship, he naturally asked Chen Zong for help. As his family, Chen Zong certainly would not be stingy. He tried his best to teach Chen Chuyun swordsmanship. However, Chen Zong's level of swordsmanship was countless times higher than Chen Chuyun's. It was like comparing the sun to a firefly. If Chen Chuyun did not understand something that was too profound, not only would it not be of any help, but it might even have a negative effect and cause him to go mad. But Chen Zong's level was extremely high. He quickly sorted out an effective method and explained it in simple terms, causing Chen Chuyun's swordsmanship to improve by leaps and bounds again. This time, after Chen Chuyun digested and absorbed Chen Zong's guidance, he came again to ask for Chen Zong's guidance. In this bamboo forest, in this lake, Chen Zong once again taught Chen Chuyun swordsmanship. In terms of swordsmanship, Chen Chuyun was indeed somewhat talented. Chen Zong knew that this kind of time and opportunity was very, very rare for him. Not long after, he would set off again and leave the Kanglan world to return to the spiritual martial sacred world. He would pursue an even higher path of cultivation and pursue an even higher path of the sword. This was a rare opportunity, so he naturally had to seize every moment. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This was the last day. Although he felt very happy to be with his family, Chen Zong also knew that this was not what he wanted. After a short reunion, it was a long farewell. Chen Zong did not know if he would have a chance to return to the Kanglan world. Maybe he could, but it would require a very, very powerful strength to be able to break through the boundary. At that time, Chen Zong did not know whether his father, Sister Yun, and the others would still be alive. After all, the lifespan of the real martial arts realm was very limited, about 200 years. Even if they maintained their health, they could only live for another 20 or 30 years. Knowing that Chen Zong was leaving, the atmosphere was a little serious. "Son, eat more." Aunt Yun smiled at Chen Zong, her face full of kindness. "Have a drink with me," Chen Zhengtang said in a deep voice. Parents worried about their son traveling thousands of miles, not to mention that Chen Zong did not know how far he would go. After the meal, Chen Zong chatted with his family until late at night. "Father, Aunt Yun, Sister Yun, I have to go." Chen Zong got up and said to them, although he was reluctant to part. "Be careful." Chen Jingtang raised his hand, but in the end, he put it down and said seriously, "Brother Zong, remember to come back if you have the chance." Chen Chuyun smiled slightly, very reluctant to part. Chapter 1163. In the void of the universe, it was vast and boundless. The passage was like an endless stream of light, spreading rapidly from the Tsang-Lan world to the front. The speed was extremely fast, and the end was the Lingwu holy world. In the passage, a figure was protected by an invisible force, moving forward quickly with the stream of light. It was Chernzong. He returned to the Tsang-Lan world in a hurry, but unexpectedly, there was a major change in the Tsang-Lan world. Fortunately, his strength was not weak, and he had a very significant improvement in the Tsang-Lan world. Finally, he pacified the chaos of the demon race and the demon path, saved the common people, and fulfilled all kinds of wishes. He had no regrets. Today, he bid farewell to his master and family, left the Tsang-Lan world, and returned to the Lingwu holy world. After spending a month with his family, Chernzong did not deliberately cultivate, nor did he take the initiative to cultivate. He spent a lot of time with his family, occasionally looking at the water and the sky. Unknowingly, his state of mind improved greatly. Although his cultivation did not improve, his state of mind improved greatly, which was also very important. The state of mind determined the height. The higher you stood, the farther you could see. This time, returning to the Lingwu holy world, Chernzong wanted to cultivate wholeheartedly and pursue a higher path. The stream of light attacked, and the tyrannical power, like a divine sword descending, silently tore a hole in the world barrier of the Lingwu holy world. That hole was insignificant to the entire Lingwu holy world, but it was enough for Chernzong to pass through. As soon as he entered the world barrier of the Lingwu holy world, pure and majestic heaven and earth origin chi surged from all directions, wrapping Chernzong's body. Immediately, wisps of heaven and earth origin chi crazily drilled into Chernzong's body. The 8 spiritual wheels rotated at full speed, quickly refining. His whole body felt as if he was soaked in a hot spring, and his whole body was comfortable. This wonderful feeling made Chernzong squint his eyes. The Tsang-Lan world was not as good as the Lingwu holy world. There was only heaven and earth origin chi, but not heaven and earth origin chi. Heaven and earth origin chi was a level lower than heaven and earth origin chi in essence. Therefore, Chernzong, who cultivated the cultivation methods of the Lingwu sacred world, found it difficult to improve much in the Blue Billow world. Even when his body was under the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it was also unable to be nourished. Now that he had returned to the Lingwu sacred world, it was like rain after a long drought. He recklessly absorbed the energy of the world to nourish his body. Chernzong's cultivation gradually improved because of his high state of mind. In the Lingwu holy world, with Chernzong's current cultivation, he could not fly directly. He could only summon the white cloud and slowly descend. When Chernzong landed on the ground, he made a breakthrough in his chi refining cultivation. 8th layer transcendent realm middle stage. In Blue Wave world, Chernzong's chi refining cultivation had reached the early stage of transcendent realm 8th layer. Now that he had returned to the Lingwu holy world, his superb state of mind and the numerous life and death battles in Blue Wave world had stimulated his potential, allowing him to break through and stabilize his chi refining cultivation. Immediately, Chernzong's face lit up with joy and he quickly sat down cross-legged. Before this, Chernzong had already used his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings. There was no danger. Circulating the white cloud ultimate art, his spiritual energy surged endlessly and surpassed his limit. After half an hour, Chernzong's spiritual energy fluctuations became purer and stronger. Breakthrough. This time, he had broken through to the 15th level of the white cloud ultimate art. As a spiritual level top-grade cultivation method, the white cloud extreme true technique had at least 18 levels. However, there were very few outer sect disciples who could cultivate the white cloud extreme true technique to the 18th level. Even those in the top 10 of the Yun leaderboard could not do so. The 15th level was already a very high level. Among all the outer sect disciples in White Cloud Mountain, it was definitely one of the best. Moreover, Chernzong's 15th level was not a simple 15th level. The purity of the White Cloud Ultimate Art's spiritual energy was comparable to the 17th level, or even slightly better. It was between the 17th and 18th levels. With a breakthrough in his cultivation and cultivation technique, his chi refining cultivation had become stronger. His overall strength had also become stronger. Exhaling, Chernzong shot out a breath like a sword and stood up. Looking around, there was a barren mountain in the distance. Chernzong spread out his spiritual sense. The rules of the Lingwu Holy World were more perfect than those of the Kanglan world. Therefore, the degree of suppression was greater. Here, the range of spiritual sense was far less than that of the Kanglan world. However, Chernzong's liquefied soul was more powerful, so was his spiritual sense. Even a cultivator at the peak of the 9th level of the Transcendent Realm could not compare with Chernzong's spiritual sense. Half-saint level. Now, Chernzong's spiritual sense had reached the half-saint level. In terms of quality, it was even better than that of a half-saint. After carefully sensing, Chernzong made a choice. He used the Heavenly Crane Windchaser movement technique. As if he had turned into a white crane, he spread his wings and flew in a beautiful arc in the air, disappearing into the distance. At the foot of the green bamboo mountain, a figure stood tall. The cyan robe was close to his body. It was as soft as silk and rippled like water. His figure was slender and his aura was elegant. As the breeze blew, he seemed to be drifting in the wind. The young man in the cyan robe had a smooth face, like a white jade, exuding a hazy halo. His eyes were closed and his aura was gentle. His breathing was almost undetectable. His whole person seemed to have merged with the world. Not long after, 3 more figures flew over from the distance and stopped a few thousand meters away from the young man in the cyan robe. He has merged with the world. No wonder he is the chosen one of the ethereal heavenly palace. Of course, Senior Brother Mu is the second strongest person on the ethereal heavenly palace's minor heavenly palace list. Few people can compare with him. The second on the minor heavenly palace list must have the strength of a half-saint. The 3 of them did not speak loudly, but they did not deliberately suppress their voices. With Mu Beihuan's hearing, he naturally heard everything clearly. However, his expression did not change in the slightest. His closed eyes did not open, as if he was in a deep sleep. However, all the movements in the outside world were under his control. More people came from afar. When they were a few thousand meters away, they all stopped and watched from afar. "I'm looking forward to it." A strong man's eyes were burning, and his voice was full of excitement. The battle between the second on the ethereal heavenly palace list and the second on the White Cloud Mountain list is of course exciting. An old man's voice was calm, but his eyes were full of excitement. The people who came were all here to watch the battle. Some were disciples of forces, and some were rogue cultivators. For cultivators, watching the battle between masters was very beneficial. Especially when it was a battle between 2 geniuses, people were even more eager to watch. Perhaps they could gain some enlightenment from it and improve themselves. At this moment, a white crane spread its wings and flew over. After gliding in the air, it quickly landed after hearing the discussion. It was Chernzong. The second on the White Cloud Mountain list is Gao Hongjing. Chernzong thought to himself. Chernzong did not forget that when he became a disciple of White Cloud Mountain and received a large number of contribution points, a disciple named Su came to him and asked him to give up his contribution points to follow the so-called Senior Brother Gao. The so-called Senior Brother Gao was Gao Hongjing, the second on the White Cloud Mountain list. That disciple named Su was at the middle stage of the Transcendent Realm 9th level at that time, much stronger than Chernzong, but he was not even in the top 10 of the White Cloud Mountain list. Then, what about the second on the White Cloud Mountain list? How strong was he? At that time, Chernzong was very curious, but he had other things to do, so he did not think much about it. He did not expect that the first thing he encountered after returning to the Lingwu Holy World was Gao Hongjing wanting to fight with someone, and his opponent was the second on the Ethereal Heavenly Palace list. Ethereal Heavenly Palace and White Cloud Mountain were both 8-star forces. In terms of overall strength, they were on par. The nature of the Lesser Heavenly Palace list was similar to the White Cloud Mountain list. Of course, the saying that they were on par was just a theory. In the world of cultivators, the strong were respected. Without a real fight, it was difficult to determine who was stronger based on the rankings on the different lists. I'll take this opportunity to see how strong Gao Hongjing is, Chernzong thought to himself. He made up his mind and stood in the crowd, waiting. Time passed slowly. A moment later. Why hasn't Gao Hongjing come yet? Don't you want to fight? That's impossible. I know a little about Gao Hongjing. He is overbearing and stands by his words. Since there is a fight, he will definitely come, unless there is some delay. A moment later, some people gradually became impatient, but Mu Beihuan, the person involved, still had his eyes closed. His breath was gentle and ethereal. He was not anxious at all, as if all the changes in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Ha 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 ha, Mu Beihuan, you can't wait to be defeated, can you? Suddenly, a loud and overbearing voice sounded, as if it had fallen from the sky and turned into a gust of wind. The voice contained amazing overbearing magnificence, which made people's hearts tremble. Mu Beihuan's eyes, which had been closed, opened in an instant. In an instant, it was as if a bright light had torn the darkness apart. The divine light was clear and bright, shining on the world. All the people who were staring at Mu Beihuan suddenly trembled in fear, as if they had been seen through. As bright as the stars, as deep as the cold abyss. The overbearing aura seemed to have descended from the 9th heaven. Immediately, a stalwart figure fell to the ground with an amazing aura like a falling star. With a boom, the earth shook and dust rolled like waves. After 10 breaths, the dust settled. A tall figure stood in front of Mu Beihuan. They were 1,000 meters apart. The ground had collapsed, and countless cracks were everywhere. It was a shocking sight. So strong. Chernzong's heart couldn't help but jump, and his eyelids trembled. This power was even more overbearing than that of the top demon emperors in the Kanglan world. But he didn't know if he had reached the half-saint level. However, it didn't seem strange that he was ranked second on the cloud list and his strength had reached the half-saint level. Gao Hongjing, anyone can talk big, Mu Beihuan said calmly. Mu Beihuan spoke unhurriedly. His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it seemed to have a unique rhythm that made people unable to help but listen carefully. You'll know soon whether I'm talking big or not. Gao Hongjing was not affected at all. He let out a long roar, and his power shook the sky as if it could shatter the sky. A terrible aura exploded from his body, rushing in all directions, and rolling up a gust of wind that reached 10,000 meters away. The faces of the people thousands of meters away changed, and they hurriedly retreated. This kind of battle was impressive, but if they were not careful and were affected, it would be okay if they were injured or even fatal. How pitiful it would be to die because of watching the battle. The roar surged and thousands of clouds surged in all directions. The clouds in the sky turned into a rolling sea of clouds, pressing down on Mu Beihuan. Chapter 1164. 5th Update, Monthly Ticket Subscription. The clouds in the sky were vast and mighty, and the wind swept across the sky. Endless pressure descended, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Chernzong looked dignified, and he was even more surprised. It was just a collision of auras, but it was already so powerful. It was truly terrifying. Gao Hongjing's aura became even more domineering, as if it wanted to dominate the world. Mu Beihuan's aura became more ethereal, allowing Gao Hongjing's domineering aura to oppress him, but he was not affected at all. The clouds became denser, and the sky gradually darkened, as if a storm was coming. So scary! He hasn't made a move yet, but his aura is already so powerful. I wonder what will happen when he makes a move? The spectators retreated 10,000 meters away so that they would not feel so oppressed and would not be easily affected. However, Gao Hongjing's strong right arm suddenly stretched out to the side and clenched his 5 fingers. The void suddenly shook, and an extremely terrifying aura instantly burst out from his palm like a volcanic eruption. A beam of intense and majestic red light surged, occupying the void. When the red light dissipated, Gao Hongjing's right hand was tightly holding a dragon devourer spear. It was entirely red, as if a flaming dragon was occupying it. The half-meter-long spear tip was as wide as a palm. It looked like a burning flame, and it was extremely domineering. Crimson Dragon Sky-Splitting Spear. That's right, that's Senior Brother Gao's natural spiritual weapon, the Crimson Dragon Sky-Splitting Spear. It's already a 9th-grade spiritual weapon, and it can become a half-step sacred weapon if it's upgraded, an outer sect disciple said proudly, as if he was Gao Hongjing himself. Natural spiritual weapons were different from ordinary spiritual weapons. After an ordinary spiritual weapon was refined, its grade would remain the same, and it could not be upgraded. If one wanted to upgrade it, they would have to add better materials to reforge it, which was equivalent to a new spiritual weapon. Natural spiritual weapons were different. The embryos were nurtured by nature and carefully forged by Master Blacksmith. They contained congenital qi and could be upgraded. Gao Hongjing's Crimson Dragon Sky-Splitting Spear was a natural spiritual weapon. When he obtained it, it was only a 7th-grade spiritual weapon. Under Gao Hongjing's continuous efforts, it was finally upgraded to 9th grade, and its power increased greatly. With the Crimson Dragon Sky-Splitting Spear in hand, Gao Hongjing's aura became even more domineering, and it spread out in all directions, cracking the ground and drying up. Innate spiritual weapon. Mu Beihuan narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling a little envious. It was a natural spiritual weapon. It was an excellent spiritual weapon that could grow along with him. It wasn't impossible for it to grow to the semi-sage level or even become a sacred weapon. Moreover, a natural spiritual weapon that grew up with him would undoubtedly be more compatible with him. It could even assist him in unleashing his strength more thoroughly. This was something that ordinary spiritual weapons could not compare to. Although Mu Beihuan was envious, his movements were not slow in the slightest. He reached out with his hand and a streak of light immediately flew out from his storage ring and transformed into a thin sword. The body of the sword was slender and long, and it was suffused with a silver brilliance that was as bright as the stars. Grade 9 Spirit Weapon, Silver Star Meteor Sword. With the sword in his hand, Mu Beihuan's ethereal aura became sharper. Mu Beihuan, take this! With a loud roar, his strong right arm shook, and the body of the spear vibrated, emitting waves of dragon roars. It was as if a fire dragon had come out of the abyss and roared to the heavens and earth. Immediately, the spear pierced toward Mu Beihuan. It was as if a meteor had fallen from the sky. Heavenly fire rained down, and an astonishing fire swept out. The white clouds in the sky were also dyed red, as if they were being burned by the flames. The spear pierced through the sky like a fire dragon. It was extremely terrifying as it carried with it thousands of flames. What a powerful flame power! Chen Zong was secretly shocked. Currently, the Heart Sword Force was the highest among his extraordinary secret powers, which had reached the 6th level. As for the White Cloud Force, it was only at the 4th level because he lacked the secret cloud technique. The flame power was the lowest, only at the 1st level. However, the flame power that Gao Hongjing displayed was more advanced than his Heart Sword Force. It was at least at the 7th level or even the 8th level. Every time the extraordinary secret powers increased by one level, their power would increase significantly, and their strength would also increase significantly. Boom! This spear was extremely hot and domineering, as if it was going to shatter the heavens and earth. It carried with it a terrifying power that rushed toward Mu Beihuan, crushing everything, shattering everything, and burning everything. Mu Beihuan's expression was calm, as if he was not affected at all. With a shake of his thin sword, countless silver stars appeared. It was as if the sky was filled with stars, and each star radiated an astonishing sharpness that could destroy anything. With a swoosh, the countless silver stars had already condensed into a beam of sword light. It was extremely bright and dazzling, and no one could look directly at it. It pierced through the sky and shot toward Gao Hongjing. The light sword burst out with an astonishing sharpness, the golden edge force. Moreover, its level was not low. The spear and the sword collided in an instant, and an extremely terrifying power exploded in an instant. It was as if a star had exploded, shattering the heavens and earth. Countless cracks spread out wantonly, and the people who were 10,000 meters away were shocked and their expressions changed greatly. But this attack was just Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan's first attempt. The long spear was like a dragon, and the spear light was like a dragon's breath. Every blow was like a destructive blast toward Mu Beihuan. Mu Beihuan's figure floated around as if he was weightless. He floated between the spear light, and with a sword in hand, he was like a flying star. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. The speed was so fast that it was difficult to see clearly. Chunzong's eyes narrowed slightly. His extraordinary vision captured every move of the two clearly, and he was shocked. Very fast. Whether it was the heavenly demon general or the ancient demon lord, their speed was not as fast as the two, especially Mu Beihuan. The speed of his thin sword was astonishing, like lightning, and although Gao Hongjing's speed was slightly inferior to Mu Beihuan's, the power of each spear was more tyrannical. Mu Beihuan's sword was based on speed and dexterity. The sword was sharp and the angle was tricky. Each sword had a combination of elegance and dexterity, and it was also strange and sharp, difficult to guard against. If the martial arts attainments were not high enough, they would not be able to resist at all, but Gao Hongjing's martial arts attainments were also very high. In terms of level, it was equivalent to using the heart to control the sword, which belonged to the third level of the martial arts realm. However, Chunzong's using the heart to control the sword had reached a very high level, while Mu Beihuan and Gao Hongjing's martial arts realm were only at the early third level. Therefore, Chunzong's superb state of mind and martial arts realm allowed him to clearly see the mysteries of Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan's attack. Even so, if he didn't use the scarlet flame flowing edge sword, Chunzong didn't have the confidence to deal with any one of them. Even if his Qi disciple and body refinement cultivation merged into one, using the heart-steadying sword, heaven heart sword, and heartless sword, Chunzong still didn't have much confidence. This was an absolute gap in strength. But if he used the scarlet flame sharp sword, Chunzong's strength could reach the semi-saint level. After returning to the Linwu holy world, the seal on the scarlet flame sharp sword had long since disappeared, and its power could be fully used. Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan are indeed very strong, but as of now, they have not reached the semi-saint level, Chunzong thought secretly. In terms of cultivation, Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan were both at the peak of the 9th level of the transcendent realm. In terms of cultivation, unless they broke through to the semi-saint level, they would not be able to improve. Moreover, the spirit energy in their bodies was incomparably pure, much purer than that of Chunzong's. This proved that the secret arts they cultivated were very high level, both of which were top-quality spirit grade. Moreover, they had cultivated to a very high level and had had fortuitous encounters that had further purified their spirit energy. In terms of martial arts realm, both of them had also reached the 3rd level. The martial arts they cultivated were also very high level, and they had cultivated for much longer than Chernzong. In addition, the two of them were also very talented. They were completely at the level of Heaven's Pride in the Lingwu Holy World. All these factors contributed to their current strength being higher than Chernzong's. In this regard, Chernzong did not feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, a strong fighting spirit had sprouted in him. A true cultivator was not afraid of difficulties and obstacles, nor was he afraid of others being stronger than him. He was only afraid of not having a goal, being invincible, and being lonely at the top. Moreover, there were countless geniuses in the great 1,000 world. There was always a higher mountain. As his thoughts flew, the battle between Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan became more and more intense. The area within a radius of a few thousand meters was shrouded by a terrifying force, destroying everything. Everyone could feel the terrifying qi from 10,000 meters away. If they got close, no one could guarantee that they would not be injured. After a moment of fierce battle, the surroundings seemed to be ravaged by a giant beast. Gao Hongjing suddenly jumped and his figure soared into the sky. Thousands of clouds and mist followed him. The sea of clouds surged. The red dragon sky-shattering spear shook and a terrifying red light shot out, as if it was going to shatter the sky. Refining cloud shattering space. With a loud shout, countless clouds compressed and poured down from the sky. Refining cloud path. Although Chernzong had exchanged for the upper part of the illusory cloud path, he had completely comprehended and mastered the upper part of the illusory cloud path. His eyesight was extraordinary, and he could sense the aura contained in Gao Hongjing's spear. The illusory cloud path was the main transformation, and the refining cloud path was the main force. The spear's power was extremely terrifying. It was as if the sky had collapsed, and it vividly demonstrated the power of the refining cloud path. The refining cloud path was on the same level as the illusory cloud path. It was one of the 5 paths of White Cloud Mountain. Judging from its level, Chernzong guessed that Gao Hongjing had comprehended the refining cloud path to the middle part. Mu Beihuan raised his head slightly. His eyes were filled with silver light that could see through everything. The silver star meteor sword shook, and hundreds of silver sword lights floated in all directions. As Mu Beihuan swung his sword, the hundreds of sword lights shot into the sky like flying fish swimming in rivers and migrating birds. They also looked like tens of thousands of arrows that were shot at the same time. The roar was sharp and loud, and the light raged in all directions. The sand and stones turned into powder, and the plants collapsed. Everything turned into dust and floated in the sky. 10,000 meters away, everyone's expression changed drastically. A strong sense of crisis swept over them, and they hurriedly used all their strength to retreat. Chernzong's figure flashed, and he dodged a blast of energy that was shot at him. A weaker cultivator couldn't dodge in time and could only muster his strength to defend himself. He was instantly sent flying and his defense shattered. He rolled a few times on the ground and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. One had to know that this cultivator's cultivation was at the transcendent realm 8th layer. Even if he was a rogue cultivator and his cultivation method was ordinary, he was still not weak. Just a blast of energy was enough to injure a transcendent realm 8th layer expert from 10,000 meters away. If he was at the center, how terrifying would the power be? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared. When the dust settled, 2 figures stood on the ground. There was a huge crater in the middle and countless cracks spread in all directions. Chapter 1165. No one knew why Gao Hongjing and Mu Beihuan were fighting. Only they themselves knew. Moreover, the reason for the fight was not the main point. The main point was that the fight between the two was very intense and exciting. It was too much for the eyes to take in, and they were shocked. Mu Beihuan, this time it's a draw. Next time, you'll lose without a doubt, Gao Hongjing said in a domineering tone. I'll wait and see. Mu Beihuan replied, neither too fast nor too slow. His body swayed as if he had lost all his weight and was blown away by the wind, floating in the air. Then, his body slowly dissipated until it completely disappeared. Mu Beihuan's body had already turned into a small black dot and disappeared from everyone's sight. Mu Beihuan's speed was extremely fast, and his body movement was very mysterious. In an instant, his real body left a vivid afterimage, making people think that he was still in the same place. Humph! No one knew whether it was Mu Beihuan's answer or Mu Beihuan's action that made Gao Hongjing unhappy. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Then, he swept his gaze over the world. Many people unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look at Gao Hongjing. Chunzong was not afraid at all. When their gazes met, it was as if there were sparks surging. Gao Hongjing was slightly startled. His eyes narrowed slightly, emitting a fierce and domineering aura that was as shocking as a dragon. However, Chunzong looked indifferent. He didn't seem to be affected at all. Senior Brother Gao. A respectful voice sounded. Then, a figure flashed and appeared beside Gao Hongjing. Yes. Gao Hongjing nodded, still staring at Chunzong. His gaze became even more fierce and domineering. The newcomer followed Gao Hongjing's gaze. When he saw Chunzong, he was slightly startled. Then, a ferocious smile appeared on his face, and he immediately whispered something to Gao Hongjing. Gao Hongjing's face flashed with a trace of understanding. Then, he looked away as if he had lost interest. Su Ling, I'll leave him to you. But since he's from the same sect, go easy on him. Very well. Su Ling's lips curled up, and a cold light shot out from his eyes. He tore through the sky and headed straight for Chunzong. A boom rang out like thunder from the heavens. A figure shot up into the sky like a bolt of lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. 2 deep footprints were left behind on the ground, surrounded by cracks and cracks. After Gao Hongjing found out about Chunzong's identity, he didn't want to pay any more attention to him. As for the others, they were not worthy of his attention, so he left directly. Chunzong. Chun Shitty. Long time no see. I thought you died in some corner. Su Ling walked towards Chunzong step by step. As he spoke, his aura gradually spread out. It was sharp and cold like an ice blade cutting through the air. 2 years ago, he had personally paid a visit to Chunzong to give him a chance to follow Senior Gao. The price was only some contribution points. What an honor it was! But at that time, Chunzong actually refused. He didn't cherish it at all and didn't give him any face. Su Ling wanted to teach Chunzong a lesson. However, Chunzong was a new disciple on Mount Baiyun. He was protected by the sect's rules, so he couldn't do anything. He could only wait until Chunzong left Mount Baiyun. Chunzong did leave Mount Baiyun. 2 years ago, Su Ling had something to do, so he didn't do it himself. Instead, he sent someone else. He didn't expect that not only did he fail to teach Chunzong a lesson, but he was also defeated. After that, it was said that Chunzong entered the Myriad Treasure's secret realm and never came out. It was suspected that he died in the Myriad Treasure's secret realm. Su Ling didn't expect to see Chunzong here today. Since he saw Chunzong, and Senior Gao had given him the order, he would do it himself and teach this arrogant disciple a lesson. Senior Brother Su, you don't have to worry. I'm living a good life better than you, Chunzong replied calmly. What he meant was that he wouldn't die even if Su Ling died. Good, as long as you're living a good life, your senior brother is happy. Su Ling did not seem to understand the meaning behind Chunzong's words, but his eyes became even more ferocious. From the looks of it, your cultivation level should have increased. Let me, your senior brother, test your current strength. Otherwise, if you don't have enough strength, you will only tarnish the reputation of our White Cloud Mountain. It was reasonable for a senior brother to test his junior brother's strength for the sake of the sect's reputation. Chen Zong's lips curled into a smile. Late stage transcendent realm 9th layer. That's right, Su Ling's cultivation had broken through in the past 2 years. He had risen from mid-stage transcendent realm 9th layer to late-stage transcendent realm 9th layer. With such an improvement, his strength would naturally improve. In terms of qi cultivation, Chen Zong was indeed inferior to Su Ling, but in terms of improvement, he was better than Su Ling. In terms of strength, there was no need to even mention it. Su Ling, he's Su Ling. Someone recognized Su Ling, who? 70th on Mount Baiyun's cloud list. Soaring cloud soared Su Ling, it's him. All of a sudden, everyone was shocked. 70th on the cloud list. There were a total of 72 spots on the cloud list. Being ranked 70th was considered a very low ranking, but the cloud list itself was extraordinary. One had to know that there were more than 10,000 outer sect disciples on Mount Baiyun, but there were only 72 people on the cloud list. They were the strongest 72 people in the outer sect. One could imagine how difficult it was. Being able to be ranked 70th was enough to show Su Ling's tyrannical strength. Obviously, the other person was also a disciple of Mount Baiyun, but for some reason, he had provoked Su Ling and was now being taught a lesson by Su Ling. For a time, the gazes that everyone looked at Chen Zong could not help but carry some pity. In the same sect, there were those who united and loved each other. There were also those who competed with each other, and there were even those who secretly plotted against each other. A sect was like a small underworld. There were all kinds of people. However, since this was a conflict between disciples, it was not good for outsiders to intervene. Even if they could intervene, these people would not. Firstly, they did not know Chen Zong and had no relationship with him. Secondly, Su Ling was not an ordinary cultivator. Su Ling's footsteps were not fast, but with every step, his aura continued to rise and become stronger. A sharp and cold aura pressed down, like an invisible sharp sword tearing through the sky, fiercely stabbing at Chen Zong. If one was really not as good as Su Ling, facing such an aura, one would have already stiffened and found it difficult to move. Even if one could move, one would probably not be able to use much of one's strength. However, Chen Zong was not affected at all. If it was before returning to Kanglan World, Chen Zong knew that he was not Su Ling's opponent. After all, the difference in cultivation was too big, and it was not something that could be made up for in other aspects. However, during his trip to Kanglan World, he encountered a major unforeseen event where the demon clan made a comeback and the revival of the demon path forces wreaked havoc on the mainland. In the chaos, Chen Zong also obtained a great opportunity. His cultivation increased rapidly, and so did his strength. His body refinement cultivation reached the late stage of Dragon Force realm. His qi cultivation reached the mid-stage of Transcendent Realm 8th layer. Heart Sword Force 6th layer. White Cloud Force 4th layer. Flame Force 1st layer. Purple Cloud Black Star Flame also reached the 9th grade. Moreover, his Sword Dao realm had integrated all his previous breakthroughs, reaching the 3rd layer of sword manipulation with the heart. After many life and death battles, it was promoted to the Great Perfection stage. Then, after great enlightenment, he created the heart-calming sword, combining the power of qi cultivation and body refinement into one, and his strength skyrocketed. With such strength, even if Gao Hongjing made a move, Chen Zong was confident that he could fight. What's more, Chen Zong also had the Scarlet Flame Sword, which allowed him to exert the strength of a half-step saint. In terms of aura, there was no need to mention. He had killed hundreds of thousands of demons in the Earth Demon Abyss, killed more than 10,000 demons in the Devouring Devil Forbidden Land, and slaughtered countless demons and demon path masters in Kanglan Continent. If Chen Zong released his killing intent, whether or not Su Ling could withstand it was still a question. Seeing that Chen Zong's expression did not change under the impact of his increasingly powerful aura, Su Ling felt very unhappy. With a shout, the long sword at his waist suddenly unsheathed, like a ray of light shooting out from the scabbard. Sword light filled the air, thousands of rays condensed in an instant, forming a majestic sword that slashed down. Hong. As the sword arrived, the terrifying sword pressure it emitted caused the ground to crack. His cultivation was only at the late stage of the transcendent realm, but his strength was far greater than his cultivation. The sword arrived at an astonishing speed, but Chunzong remained motionless, as if he couldn't react in time. Just as Su Ling's sword was about to hit Chunzong, a beam of sword light suddenly lit up, incomparably dazzling and blinding, forcing those who saw it to close their eyes. No one knew where the sword light came from or where it landed. Even Su Ling did not know. In an instant, the power contained in Su Ling's sword was shattered. The terrifying sword light seemed to descend from the heavens. Su Ling only felt that he had been struck directly by an extremely powerful force. He was unable to resist it, and his entire body was sent flying. In the blink of an eye, Su Ling flew back several hundred meters, his blood tumbling and his spirit chi chaotic, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood, his face pale. I lost. I actually lost. Su Ling felt this was inconceivable and extremely shocked. How could he have been defeated? Moreover, he was defeated with a single sword strike. It was like a dream. Who the hell are you? Su Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and pointed his sword at Chunzong, a fierce expression filling his face. Senior brother Su, are you forgetful? Chunzong smiled faintly and took a step forward, approaching Su Ling step by step. Every step he took caused Su Ling's eyelids to twitch slightly and his chest to tighten. It was as if Chunzong's every step was stepping on Su Ling's heart, gradually making it difficult for him to breathe. Su Ling couldn't help but cover his chest and stagger back a few steps before he felt better. However, as Chunzong approached step by step, the stifling feeling came again, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. He felt as if there were double images in front of him, and his consciousness became blurry. Other than his chi cultivation being superior to Chunzong, Su Ling couldn't compare with Chunzong in any other aspect. Facing the impact of Chunzong's momentum, he was even more unable to resist. Chunzong raised his foot, stepped out, and landed. There was a thump like the beating of a drum. This step should have been very powerful, and the ground should have shattered in an instant. However, when the foot landed, the ground was intact, but there were ripples spreading out. With a cry, Su Ling felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. Immediately, Su Ling only felt that his vision turned black, and his consciousness kept spinning, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss and was completely plunged into darkness. His whole body swayed, and he suddenly fell backward. Chapter 1166. Su Ling fainted. This was no doubt a major incident that would be spread by the spectators. When the news reached Mount Baiyun, Su Ling would become famous again. Of course, it wouldn't be a good reputation. On the contrary, it would be a bad reputation. Chunzong didn't intend to kill Su Ling, at least not now. After all, when Su Ling attacked him, he didn't intend to kill him. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. There was no conflict between them, so he didn't deserve to die. Moreover, this coma was a huge blow to Su Ling. And Chunzong would become famous because of this. Through the spectators' mouths, Chunzong's reputation would spread quickly. Soon, more people would know about him. This was an uncontrollable process. At least, Chunzong didn't have the ability to do so. Let nature take its course. Chunzong summoned Riding White Cloud, which was 6 meters long and flew into the air. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, he flew away. When Chunzong left, Su Ling's body moved. He propped up his upper body with his arms and shook his head vigorously as if to shake off the dizziness in his head. When he came to his senses, Su Ling leaped up. His eyes were sharp as they swept past, but his face was still somewhat pale. He looked around and didn't find Chen Zong. Su Ling let out a sigh of relief. But when he saw the gazes of the others in the distance, his heart suddenly trembled. He immediately realized that something was wrong. He was actually forced to faint by a junior brother of the same sect. This was worse and worse than being defeated by a single sword strike. Su Ling was about to explode with anger and fear. How could Chen Zong have such a shocking aura? No, I have to tell senior brother Gao as soon as possible, Su Ling said to himself. He immediately summoned Riding White Cloud and flew away. The 6-meter Riding White Cloud could increase Chen Zong's speed by 6%. It was very fast, several times faster than Su Ling. He flew towards Mount Baiyun. The experience of Mount Li was enough. Next, Chen Zong would cultivate in seclusion on Mount Baiyun for a period of time and do his best to improve himself. Gradually, a sea of clouds appeared in front of him. It was like the waves of the sea. In the sea of clouds, he could vaguely see the shadow of a mountain. Mount Baiyun was right in front of him. Riding on the white cloud, Chen Zong entered the sea of clouds and flew towards Yunying Peak. Within the heroic cloud peak, there was a heroic cloud hall. It was the organization that managed the disciples. If the disciples wanted to leave the mountain to train, they had to report to the heroic cloud hall. When they returned, they also had to report to the heroic cloud hall. This way they could better manage the outer sect disciples. As for inner sect disciples, they were not included in this list because inner sect disciples were Saint Realm Masters. They landed on Yunying Peak and entered Yunying Palace. Chen Zong reported. The duration was exactly 2 years. Going out to train for 2 years was not a big deal, so it did not attract much attention. After reporting, Chen Zong once again summoned Riding White Cloud and left Yunying Peak. There were many mountain peaks on Mount Baiyun. If one did not have the ability to fly on Mount Baiyun, one would have to descend the mountain before ascending the mountain. This would take up a lot of time. Riding on the white clouds was equivalent to saving a lot of unnecessary time, giving him more time to use. Soon, Chen Zong returned to the outer sect disciples' mountain peak. The 212th Cloud Hall. This was the Cloud Hall that belonged to Chen Zong. He took out his disciple token and opened the Cloud Hall's seal. Chen Shidi, a slightly surprised voice called out. Senior Sister Yu. Chen Zong turned around and immediately showed a smile from the bottom of his heart. It was like the warm sunshine or the intoxicating spring breeze. It was Yu Nianxin. Back then, Chen Zong and Yu Nianxin were in the same batch of disciples that entered Mount Baiyun. Among the new disciples, Chen Zong had the best relationship with Yu Nianxin. Their cloud palaces were close to each other, and Yu Nianxin had saved Chen Zong's life once on Void Demon Island. After 2 years, especially after the constant battles and killings in Deep Sea World, seeing Yu Nianxin again made Chen Zong feel like he hadn't seen her for a long time, as if decades had passed. 2 years had passed, but Yu Nianxin's appearance hadn't changed much. However, she seemed to have matured a little, making it difficult to see. For cultivators, especially high-level cultivators, it was difficult for time to leave any traces on their bodies. Although her appearance hadn't changed much, Yu Nianxin's cultivation had improved significantly. Peak Transcendent 8th Layer. One had to know that 2 years ago, when Yu Nianxin had just entered Mount Baiyun, her cultivation had been at the Transcendent 7th Layer and had only broken through to the 8th Layer after that. 2 years later, her cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th Layer, which was not a small improvement. Chen Shidi, I thought you. Yu Nianxin also smiled, like 100 flowers blooming, stunning Chen Zong. It's nothing, I just experienced some dangers. Chen Zong smiled, not saying it out loud, nor could he say it out loud. After a brief exchange, Yu Nianxin summoned her white cloud and flew away. The white cloud was 8 meters in size. Entering the cloud hall, Chernzong opened the seal and sat down. 2 years ago I left Mount Baiyun to gain experience. At that time, I was at the early stage of the Transcendent 7th layer, the early stage of Dragon Strength 4th layer, White Cloud Force 4th layer, Heart Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud True Flame 4th layer, White Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Heart Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud True Flame 9th layer, White Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Heart Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud True Flame 9th layer, White Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Heart Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud True Flame 9th layer, White Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Purple Cloud Force 3rd layer, Sword Force 3rd layer, Sword Force qualitative change. His strength had skyrocketed. In just 2 years, whether it was his cultivation or strength, he had improved so much. If news of this were to spread, who knew what kind of shock it would cause? Slowly exhaling, Chernzong's mood also calmed down. Everyone had their own destiny, but they also needed to fight for it. Fight for it, fight for it, fight for it, fight for it, fight for it. Calming down, Chernzong thought about his next cultivation. 2 years ago, when he left Mount Baiyun, his White Cloud True Art had reached the 12th layer. Now that he had returned, he had reached the 15th layer. There were still 3 more layers to cultivate, but they required contribution points to exchange. 40,000. 40,000 contribution points were needed to exchange for the last 3 layers. Next were the Cloud Secret Technique and the Fire Secret Technique, which also required a lot of contribution points. Contribution points. They all required contribution points, but now, he had very few contribution points, less than 10,000, so he couldn't exchange for anything. Getting up, Chernzong planned to exchange some of the things he had brought from the Kanglan world to see how many contribution points he could get. If it was indeed not enough, he would carry out some missions to earn as many contribution points as possible. There was still more than a year before the Outer Sect Grand Competition that was held once every 5 years at Mount Baiyun. Chernzong didn't want to miss it. Exchanging everything in one go, the result was somewhat out of Chernzong's expectations. 300,000 contribution points. Many treasures were extremely rare and valuable in the Kanglan world, but the Lingwu Holy World's quality was much better than the Kanglan world. Therefore, the treasures in the Kanglan world could only be considered decent in the Lingwu Holy World. The amount of contribution points that could be exchanged for was naturally not that high. At most, it was only close to 100,000. The real big bucks were the items of the void demons that he had brought out from the devouring devil Forbidden Land. They were exchanged for more than 200,000 contribution points. 300,000 contribution points was also a huge sum of money, enough for Chernzong to plan properly. Last 3 layers of the White Cloud True Art exchanged. 5th and 6th layers of the Cloud Secret Technique exchanged. 1st to 4th layers of the Fire Secret Technique exchanged. Middle section of the Illusory Cloud Path exchanged. As for the Secret Technique, he had only cultivated the Platinum Sword Body to initial success and had yet to reach phenomenal success. Moreover, the Platinum Sword Body was a 5th grade secret technique. Cultivating it to phenomenal success would significantly increase his strength. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. He wholeheartedly cultivated in seclusion. Many life and death experiences and countless battles in the Kanglan world had continuously stimulated Chernzong's potential. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion to transform this potential into strength. Not long after, the Cloud Secret Technique was cultivated to the 5th layer, and the White Cloud Force had also increased to the 5th layer. Subsequently, the Fire Secret Technique was cultivated to the 2nd and 3rd layers, causing the Fire Force to increase to the 3rd layer and become even more powerful. In a flash, Chernzong returned to Mount Baiyun for a few months. In these few months, Chernzong had been cultivating in seclusion in the Cloud Hall, trying his best to improve himself. His potential was constantly stimulated and transformed into strength. His cultivation was slowly increasing, and the level of his cultivation technique was also increasing. Everything was more or less improving. When Su Ling returned to Mount Baiyun to find Gao Hongjing and explained Chernzong's strength, Gao Hongjing was only a little surprised but did not pay too much attention to it. After all, with Gao Hongjing's strength, he could defeat Su Ling in an instant. To Gao Hongjing, there was only one person in the entire outer sect of Mount Baiyun that was a real challenge, and that was Fu Yunxiao, who ranked first on the roll. This time, Gao Hongjing wanted to rank first on the roll and become the number one person in the outer sect of Mount Baiyun. For this, Gao Hongjing also went into seclusion to cultivate. His cultivation could not be improved, but he could continue to improve in other aspects. Chernzong, I will definitely avenge the humiliation of that day. With a heart full of anger, Su Ling wholeheartedly improved. Under this kind of vengeful anger, the improvement of his cultivation base actually sped up by a bit. The news of Su Ling being forced to faint by his junior brother's aura had already spread to Mount Baiyun. For a time, he became a laughingstock. Most disciples did not dare to say anything openly, but they often mentioned it secretly. As for those who were not afraid of Su Ling and had conflicts with him, they often mocked him directly. The 72 people on the roll were determined by the Outer Sect Grand Competition a few years ago. After a few years, it was actually unknown if these people could still stay on the roll. Could be said that in the past, other than the top 10, the other rankings would change. Even the top 10 might not necessarily be maintained, as there would always be dark horses rising. Therefore, only by constantly working hard and improving oneself could one become stronger, maintain one's ranking, and advance to the next level. A year's time seemed very long, but it was actually not long at all. Cultivating in seclusion would pass very quickly. Moreover, no one could be sure how much one could improve in a year's time. They could only do their best. Chapter 1167. Today, the wind was calm, the clouds were condensed, and the sun was shining brightly. 3 10-meter-tall white clouds flew across the sky like auroras, entering the sea of clouds and approaching White Cloud Mountain. Looks like we've returned at the right time. The short-haired man swept his eyes across the sky and saw the figures on the white clouds flying back and forth, suddenly grinning. The Outer Sect Great Competition is held once every 5 years. We've returned at the right time. The long-haired man smiled lightly, his voice light like a spring breeze. It's just the Outer Sect Great Competition, what's there to see? The man with a scar on his face grinned disdainfully. These 3 people were White Cloud Mountain's inner sect disciples, Saint Realm Masters. The gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was too big, like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how strong a Transcendent was, in the eyes of a Saint Realm Master, they were like ants. It was like comparing a true martial realm to a Transcendent. No matter how strong a true martial realm master was, in front of a Transcendent, they were nothing. Li Xing, we were also Outer Sect disciples. The short-haired man glanced at the scarred man and curled his lips. White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect disciples were divided into 3 grades: human grade, earth grade, and heaven grade. Disciples of different grades lived on different peaks, and the number of disciples was also different. White clouds flew up into the sky at an extremely fast speed, flying from one peak to the other, heading towards the sky above White Cloud Mountain. In the sky above White Cloud Mountain, a sea of clouds gathered together, as if condensing into a floating island. This floating island of clouds floated 5,000 meters above the ground, motionless, and covered a large area. One by one, figures arrived and landed on the floating island of clouds. Not long after, there were many people present. White Cloud Mountain's outer sect had more than 10,000 human-grade disciples, more than 2,000 earth-grade disciples, and more than 200 heaven-grade disciples. The outer sect great competition was a grand event held once every 5 years, and it was a great attraction to any outer sect disciple. Those who were confident in their strength would definitely participate, while those who were not strong enough could also participate and fight with stronger senior brothers and junior brothers to improve themselves. At the very least, they would be reduced to spectators, witnessing the grand event held once every 5 years. There were more than 12,000 outer sect disciples, and most of them were present. As for those who were not present, they were unable to make it back in time. However, those who did not make it in the end were in the minority, because the outer sect great competition every 5 years was very important to all outer sect disciples. Those who were unable to make it back, there were often special reasons. Generally speaking, many forces would invite some experts to come and watch the competition. This way, they could better promote the prestige of the sect and strengthen its reputation. White Cloud Mountain was different from these factions. As an 8-star faction, they were powerful and had a deep foundation. They did not need the recognition of the outside world at all. Therefore, White Cloud Mountain did not invite outsiders to participate in the quinquennial Outer Sect Grand Tournament. The might of White Cloud Mountain no longer needed to be displayed through some small trick. It was there, standing tall for tens of thousands of years. It was unshakable. In this land it was supreme. White Cloud Floating Island was not a real island. It was formed from the sea of clouds of White Cloud Mountain. It was the work of a Swordlord of White Cloud Mountain. More than 10,000 outer sect disciples landed on White Cloud Floating Island and withdrew their white clouds. The ground was soft and comfortable to the touch. This was especially true for the disciples who were stepping on White Cloud Floating Island for the first time. It was soft but did not collapse. Chen Zong, who was secretly amazed, felt a sharp and cold gaze. It was like a sharp sword was coming straight at him, as if it wanted to pierce through him. Turning his head, Chen Zong saw Su Ling staring at him from a few thousand meters away. Chen Zong, I will avenge the humiliation of your sword. Su Ling saw Chen Zong's gaze and immediately transmitted his voice to Chen Zong. His cold voice entered Chen Zong's ears. Chen Zong withdrew his gaze and ignored Su Ling, as if he had not heard anything. More than a year ago, Su Ling was unable to resist his sword. Now, after more than a year of cultivation, Chen Zong's improvement was terrifying. Even if Su Ling had made great progress, he was still not his opponent. Peak 9th Layer Transcendent Realm. This was one of the fruits of Su Ling's hard work over the past year, but Chen Zong was confident that no matter how much Su Ling improved, he would not be able to catch up to him. Releasing his powerful spiritual sense, Chen Zong covered all the disciples in his surroundings, but none of them were aware of his presence. Relying on his powerful spiritual sense, Chen Zong carefully sensed the aura fluctuations of each outer sect disciple. There were nearly 12,000 people who had arrived, and more than half of them had reached the transcendent late stage, or nearly 6,000. The so-called transcendent late stage referred to the 7th to 9th layer transcendent realm. There were nearly 6,000 disciples who had at least reached the 7th layer transcendent realm, an astonishing number. The rest were all mid- and early transcendent realm cultivators, with the majority being mid-transcendent realm and only a few hundred early transcendent realm cultivators. It was certain that the early and mid-transcendent realm cultivators were only here to spectate. Only the late transcendent realm cultivators were truly qualified to participate in the sect competition. This was not discrimination, but a fact. Under normal circumstances, a clear gap in cultivation would also lead to a clear gap in strength. A 6th layer transcendent realm cultivator would not be a match for a 7th layer transcendent. What's more, even if a genius 6th layer transcendent had the strength to contend with or even defeat a 7th layer transcendent, they would not necessarily be an opponent for an 8th layer transcendent. What really attracted Chen Zong's attention were the late transcendent realm cultivators, especially the 9th layer transcendent realm. Of the nearly 6,000 late transcendent realm disciples, there were more than 1,000 who had reached the 9th layer transcendent realm. Each of them possessed a tyrannical aura, and even if they did not deliberately release it, the fluctuations they exuded were astonishing. Among the 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators, there were also some who were strong and some who were weak, and there were more than 100 who had reached the peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm. The peak of the 9th layer transcendent realm in the Lingwu Holy World was theoretically equivalent to the peak of the 9th layer Heavenly Profound realm in Blue Wave World, but the difference in strength was enormous. It could be said that the strength of an ordinary peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivator in the Lingwu Holy World completely exceeded the strength of an ordinary peak 9th layer Heavenly Profound realm cultivator in Blue Wave World, many times stronger. Even a master below the titled Emperor realm could compare. There were even powerful peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators who possessed the strength of an Emperor realm master in Blue Wave World. Strength, the stronger the better. Only then would he be able to fight to his heart's content. Chen Zong thought to himself, a sharp light flashing across his eyes. More than a year ago, when he returned from Blue Wave World, his strength was so tyrannical that even without using the scarlet flame flowing edge sword, he could still be considered an extremely high-level transcendent. Even compared to the masters on the previous cloud list, he could rank among the top 20. Then, after more than a year of secluded cultivation, the potential he had stimulated during his life and death experiences in Blue Wave World had been transformed into cultivation and strength. As for what level his strength had reached now, Chen Zong was actually not very clear. He could only be certain that he was stronger than he was a year ago, much stronger than he was a year ago, enough to easily defeat him. Then, if he wanted to know how strong he was, the most direct way was to fight with a strong opponent. The stronger the opponent, the better it would be to test his strength. Of course, there was a limit to how strong a master could be. If he was too strong, to the point where he could not compete, then he would be defeated very quickly. As for how strong he was, it was still unclear. Chen Zong's spiritual sense was extraordinary. Even a half-step Saint Realm master would find it difficult to detect, and with his extraordinary perception, Chen Zong could sense the strength of a few peak 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators. Their bodies seemed to contain extremely terrifying power. They were like giant beasts that were in a deep slumber. Once they woke up, they would erupt with astonishing power. Chen Zong secretly thought about this power, and could not help but feel surprised. White Cloud Mountain was an 8-star force with an incomparable heritage and strength. Naturally, the requirements for recruiting disciples were also very high. If one's talent was insufficient, they would not be able to enter White Cloud Mountain's eyes, let alone become a disciple. As a result, every disciple of White Cloud Mountain, even if they were the lowest human-ranked disciples in the outer sect, could be considered a genius in the outside world. They were completely superior to ordinary cultivators. Outstanding talent coupled with the powerful heritage of an 8-star force like White Cloud Mountain, their strength would not be weak. More than a year ago, Gao Hongjing was very strong, stronger than the top demon emperors of Blue Wave World's Earth Demon Abyss, close to the half-step Saint Realm. Chen Zong used his spiritual awareness to carefully observe those disciples who gave him a strong feeling. At the same time, he pondered, after more than a year of cultivation, Gao Hongjing's strength should not be stagnant. Then, it is very likely that he already has the strength of a semi-saint. The reason why proud sons of heaven were proud sons of heaven was that they could do what others could not and fight above their level. The gap between the transcendent realm and the half-step saint realm was not too big, because the half-step saint realm was not a name for cultivation, but a level of strength, referring to the strength that surpassed the transcendent realm but was inferior to the saint realm. The gap between the transcendent realm and the half-step saint realm was huge, but the gap between the half-step saint realm and the saint realm was even bigger. No matter how powerful a half-step saint was, he would not have much resistance in front of an ordinary saint realm master. But it was not absolute. It was rumored that some peerless geniuses could compete with ordinary saint realm masters when they were at the half-step saint realm. But that might be a legend. With a myriad of thoughts, Chen Zong associated Gao Hongjing with other people on the cloud roll. Fu Yunxiao, the first on the cloud roll, was definitely not inferior to Gao Hongjing in strength, possibly even stronger. Bai Xie, the third on the cloud roll, might not be as strong as Gao Hongjing, but it was estimated that the difference was not much. Then, the top 3 of the last cloud roll may already have the strength of a half-step saint. No, maybe not only the top 3 on the cloud roll, but also the top 5 or top 10. They may all have the strength of a half-step saint. At the thought of this, Chen Zong could not help but feel his blood boil, like the water of a great river, surging and surging in his body. The fighting spirit also grew from the depths of his blood, from the bottom of his heart, and from the depths of his soul. In an instant it swept through his whole body and was about to soar into the sky. Chapter 1168. 5,000 meters up in the sky, White Cloud Island was suspended in the air, as if it was frozen in the void. Over 10,000 outer sect disciples were gathered here. Then, waves of powerful auras spread from outside the island. It was the arrival of some inner sect disciples. Almost all of the inner sect disciples were promoted from outer sect disciples. The inner sect disciples were familiar with the outer sect competition. Inner sect disciples were already at the Saint Rudiment stage, completely above the Transcendence stage. They would not deliberately come for the outer sect competition. They just happened to be here to take a look and see which junior brothers in the outer sect could catch their eye. After all, there would be some outstanding outer sect disciples who would become inner sect disciples in the future. Then, a vast amount of energy descended. Everyone's expression turned serious. The Almighty of White Cloud Mountain had arrived. White Cloud Mountain had 5 Tao Masters, each of which had a Tao Master. They were the strongest in White Cloud Mountain. The fact that a Tao Master had come for the outer sect competition was enough to show how much importance White Cloud Mountain placed on the outer sect competition. In fact, a Tao Master would definitely appear in the quinquennial outer sect competition. The other 4 Tao Masters were either in seclusion or secretly observing. This time, the one who descended was someone Chen Zong found familiar. Tao Master Huan Yun. Greetings, Tao Master Huan Yun. The inner sect disciples were the first to react and immediately bowed. Soon, the outer sect disciples also reacted and hurriedly bowed. Tao Master Huan Yun's eyes were white as if they contained a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was like heaven and earth, containing endless mysteries. One look at it and one would feel like they would be drawn into it. Chen Zong felt that Tao Master Huan Yun's gaze seemed to pause on him, but it seemed like an illusion. Rise. The calm voice seemed to contain supreme power. When the voice sounded, the wind stopped and no waves were created. After saying those 2 words, Tao Master Huan Yun did not speak again. Instead, he stood high up in the sky, above the clouds. The Tao Master had arrived for the outer sect competition. The real host was an elder of White Cloud Mountain, an elder with Saint Rudiment stage cultivation. There are similarities and differences between this year's grand competition and the previous ones. The elder spoke in a clear and loud voice. His loud and clear voice traveled into everyone's ears. The top 72 people in the competition can be listed on the cloud roll and receive rewards from the sect. The higher the ranking, the better the rewards. If one was in the top 10 of the cloud roll, the rewards would be very tempting. If one was in the top 3, the rewards would be even more shocking. This was because the reward for the top 3 on the cloud roll was to choose a lower-grade Saint class cultivation skill or martial skill to cultivate. Chen Zong couldn't help but think of Bai Xie, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao. The 3 of them were the top 3 of the previous cloud roll. All of them had chosen sacred-level cultivation methods or martial art. Even if they were only lower-grade sacred-level cultivation methods, they were still much better than spiritual-level cultivation method. They were not on the same level. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, with the talent of the 3 of them, they should be able to cultivate the low-grade Saint-level cultivation method or martial arts to a certain level. Saint-class cultivation method, Saint-class martial arts. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. He clenched his left hand tightly, and the force was so strong that it felt like it could crush a mountain. Chen Zong was very curious about the profundity and power of Saint-level cultivation methods and Saint-level martial art. He could not wait to fight with the top 3 of the previous cloud roll and experience it for himself. The elder continued to speak. What he mentioned before was the reward for each cloud roll, and what he said later was the difference from the previous cloud roll. The top 10 of this cloud roll will get a chance. As soon as the elder finished speaking, his eyes were bright and full of spirit. Suddenly, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and an indescribable sense of expectation emerged from the depths of their hearts. Chance? What kind of chance was it? Everyone was very curious. This chance is also an opportunity for you to enter the Saint realm. As soon as the elder finished speaking, there was an uproar. The Saint realm. That was the realm of a real master. Only when one entered the Saint realm could he be called a master. Those in the transcendent realm could only be regarded as masters. After all, this was the Lingwu holy world, a world where there were supreme masters of the great Saint realm. The gap between the transcendent realm and the Saint realm was huge. Since ancient times, many cultivators had stopped at the transcendent realm or the half-saint realm, and had no chance to enter the Saint realm. Even the genius disciples of the big forces dared not say that they could break through to the Saint realm. Even the top 10 of the previous cloud roll, although they were confident that they could break through to the Saint realm, were not sure when. Transcendent Saint realm. Saint realm. This was a qualitative improvement, a transformation of the level of life. The group of inner sect disciples was also surprised. They, who were already in the Saint realm, knew very well how difficult it was to break through to the Saint realm. In order to break through to the Saint realm, each of them had put in a lot of effort and time to get an opportunity. If there was no opportunity, they would have to put in even more time and effort. A single opportunity was even comparable to decades or even hundreds of years of effort. An opportunity to enter the Saint realm. Everyone's heart was burning with excitement, especially those disciples whose cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level transcendent realm. For them, the transcendent realm cultivation had reached the limit and could not be further improved. They could only work in other aspects to reach the half-saint realm. However, this did not hinder the opportunity to enter the Saint realm. As long as they obtained an opportunity, as long as they comprehended it, they could turn it into their own. When they wanted to break through, it would be easier for them to break through to the Saint realm and step into the ranks of masters. Fu Yunxiao, who was dressed in a white robe and had a calm expression since he appeared, also had a flash of excitement in his eyes. An opportunity to enter the Saint realm, no matter who it was, would be tempted. Gao Hongjing's personality was different from Fu Yunxiao's. In the face of such an opportunity to enter the Saint realm, he was very excited. His eyes shone brightly as a tyrannical aura spread out from his body like a storm. It immediately pushed away the people around him, making them fearful. Bai Xie, who seemed to be aloof from the world, had a calm expression on her cold and beautiful face, but her towering chest rose and fell rapidly in an instant. Obviously, she was also excited by the word's opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. However, the elder did not specify what kind of opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, which made everyone extremely curious. If you want to obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, then fight with all your might. As long as you are ranked in the top 10 of the Cloud Roll, you will have a chance to obtain this opportunity, the elder said, his voice full of encouragement. However, Chernzong's heart skipped a beat. The opportunity to enter the Saint Realm naturally made Chernzong excited. However, the elder's words seemed to imply that the top 10 of the Cloud Roll only had a chance to obtain the opportunity to enter the Saint Realm, and it was not 100% guaranteed. In other words, the top 10 of the Cloud Roll was equivalent to obtaining a qualification. They would have to continue to compete to obtain the so-called opportunity to enter the Saint Realm. As for how they would compete, Chernzong did not know, nor did he know who they would compete with. However, Chernzong was vaguely sure of one thing. This opportunity to enter the Saint Realm should be competed with others by the top 10 of the Cloud Roll of White Cloud Mountain. It was not limited to White Cloud Mountain, and it might expand to other forces. However, for now, it was better to get into the top 10 of White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect Disciple competition and be ranked in the top 10 of the Cloud Roll to obtain the qualification. Next, the elder announced some rules of the Outer Sect Disciple competition. The 72 people from the previous Cloud Roll did not need to participate in the preliminary round and directly advanced to the finals. This was their privilege, and no one had any objections. After all, those who could be ranked on the Cloud Roll were all at least in the Transcendent Realm 9th level, and their strength was even stronger than ordinary Transcendent Realm 9th level cultivators. In fact, if one did not have enough strength, there was no point in having objections. Those who had enough strength did not need to have any objections. They could fight with their own strength and advance to the finals, where they would be able to battle with others. Excluding the 72 people from the previous Cloud Roll, there were more than 11,700 people left to participate in the Outer Sect Disciple competition. The Outer Sect Disciple competition was divided into 4 stages. The first stage was the elimination round. As the name suggested, a group of people would be eliminated first, just like sand being washed away by wave. The second stage was the preliminary round. It was a battle between disciples who had advanced through the elimination round. The winners would continue to participate in the Outer Sect Disciple competition, while the losers would naturally be eliminated and reduced to spectators. The third stage was the promotion round. In this round, the disciples would compete with the 72 people from the previous Cloud Roll to compete for the 72 position on the Cloud Roll of this year. The fourth stage was the finals. It was a ranking competition between the 72 people of this year's Cloud Roll to determine their ranking on the Cloud Roll. The first stage of the elimination round began. The elder's tall body trembled slightly, and an incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly surged out from his body. Like a torrent bursting through a dam, the aura was extremely tyrannical. In an instant, it was as if an invisible mountain had fallen on the 11,700 Outer Sect disciples. This was the aura of a Saint Realm Master, and not just any ordinary Saint Realm Master. The aura of a Saint Realm Master was extremely tyrannical, but this elder did not use his full strength. He only released a small part of it. After all, the gap between the Transcendent Realm and the Saint Realm was too big. The 11,700 Outer Sect disciples only felt their bodies sink, as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. This kind of pressure not only affected the body but also the mind. To resist the pressure of the aura, one had to gather their own momentum to resist it. Where did the aura come from? It came from one's own cultivation, one's own strength, one's own belief, and one's own will. If one's body was not strong enough, the aura would not be strong enough to resist it. Therefore, this was a way to test whether a person was strong or not. Of course, the great thousand worlds was filled with all kinds of strange things. There were also some existences who were not strong but were able to release a powerful aura. However, such existences were not from the human race, but rather from the beast race. Facing the aura released by the Saint Realm Elder, the group of early-stage Transcendent Realm disciples couldn't even last 3 breaths of time before collapsing to the ground. Their cultivations were too low and their strength was insufficient, so they were unable to resist. As the aura grew stronger and stronger, gradually, even the 4th-layer Transcendent Realm disciples were unable to withstand it and fell to the ground. Once they fell to the ground, they would no longer be suppressed by the aura and would be eliminated. As the aura continued to grow, more and more disciples were unable to withstand it and fell to the ground, but the other disciples grit their teeth and persisted. The elder didn't clearly state how long they had to persevere before they could advance to the next round. This was actually another formless test. Because everyone didn't have a clear goal, they would be at a loss, which would then affect their will. After a long time, constantly enduring the pressure would become a kind of torture. Chapter 1169. End of 5th update, begging senior brothers for monthly votes and subscriptions. Under the tyrannical aura, the wind stopped and the clouds fell silent. Chen Zong could feel that the aura suppressing him was growing stronger as time passed, but it was still not enough, far from enough for him. The intensity of this aura was equivalent to the full strength of a 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, which was nothing to him. Basically, any disciple who had cultivated to the 6th layer of the Transcendent Realm on their own would be able to withstand this pressure, let alone a late-stage Transcendent. For a 9th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, this kind of aura was no different from a gentle breeze. Of course, the aura of a Saint Realm Master was somewhat different, it was more direct and could not be underestimated. As the aura continued to grow, reaching the 8th layer of the Transcendent Realm, many 6th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators were unable to withstand it, their bodies swaying as they fell one after another. Only a few 6th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators were still able to grit their teeth, the veins on their foreheads bulging as they clenched their fists tightly. 9th-layer Transcendent Realm. As the aura continued to grow, the 6th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators who were barely able to withstand it trembled as if they had been struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Many 7th-layer Transcendent Realm cultivators were also unable to withstand the pressure and were eliminated. In the end, the aura stopped at the peak of the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm and did not continue to grow, but it did not dissipate. At first, some disciples were able to withstand the suppression of this aura, but as time passed, they began to feel the pressure. This kind of pressure not only acted on their bodies but also their minds. There weren't many who were able to remain calm under this aura, but there were still several hundred of them. A moment later, the aura suddenly shrank and the terrifying pressure disappeared, causing some of the disciples to sway, as if their full strength had hit cotton, causing them to lose their balance and almost fall forward. Fortunately, they had a solid foundation and were able to immediately stabilize themselves, but a small number of them still fell to the ground and were eliminated. They had clearly resisted the suppression of this aura and should have been able to pass the first stage of the elimination round, but now they had dropped the ball at the last moment. However, this was also one of the tests of the first stage. Those who were strong could freely control their aura. When one was under great pressure, they had to resist it, but when the pressure suddenly disappeared, they should be able to adjust in time. Not being able to adjust in time only because one's reaction was not fast enough and their control over their body was insufficient. Not being able to control one's strength and aura freely was fatal to an expert. It was reasonable for him to be eliminated. In the end, the number of disciples who passed the first stage of the first stage of the first stage of the first stage, 5,040 disciples, all of them at the late-stage Transcendent Realm, with the weakest at the 7th stage, But even so, the number of 7th stage Transcendent Realm cultivators wasn't high. The first stage, the Transcendent of the Transcendent Sect's disciples, the sect, then, the Elder waved his sleeve, and white clouds floated up from the floating island. There were 72 of them in total, and each of them had a radius of 1,000 meters. They floated 10 meters above the floating island, and they spread out in all directions. These 72 white clouds were the 72 arenas. They were the arenas used for the preliminary round of the Outer Sect Grand Tournament. According to the rules of the preliminary competition, the 72 strongest people would be selected, and they would enter the third stage of the promotion competition. They would participate together with the people from the previous cloud roll and compete against the 72 people from the current cloud roll. The first stage of the great competition was to guard the stage. The 72 stages had 72 stage masters. Under the special rules, any energy consumed or injuries sustained after a battle would be restored, and they would be able to continue the next battle. Only by fighting at full strength would the competition be fair. The person who became the arena lord first was not chosen on their own initiative. Instead, it was chosen randomly. The Elder waved his hand and 72 clouds fell from the sky without a trace. They landed randomly among the 5,040 Outer Sect disciples, and 72 people were chosen to be the arena masters. The second stage of the great competition thus began. Of the 72 stage masters, some were 7th layer Transcendent Realm, some were 8th layer Transcendent Realm, and some were 9th layer Transcendent Realm. According to the rules, each stage could only have 69 challengers. This was to prevent some stages from having too few challengers and some stages from having too many challengers. The second stage of the great competition thus began. Everyone wanted to advance to the finals and enter the cloud list, so after a short observation, they immediately jumped onto the stage. Outer Sect disciples were divided into different levels of cultivation and strength. As soon as the first stage of the great competition began, someone was defeated. Defeat was equivalent to elimination. Of the 72 stages, some of the first battles were still ongoing, while others had already ended and the second stage had begun. The most exciting part of the great competition was the third stage of the great competition and the fourth stage of the great competition. Especially the fourth stage of the great competition, it was the most attractive and was the reason why many inner sect disciples came to watch. However, for the eliminated outer sect disciples, the second stage of the great competition was also worth watching. Therefore, all the spectating disciples sat on their own white clouds and watched the battles from above. Whichever battle on the arena was more exciting and intense would attract their attention. One punch. On one of the arenas, a new challenger leaped up and landed on the arena. He spoke to the arena lord in a tone filled with confidence and an astonishing aura. "That's fierce tiger Gao Leping. That's the new disciple who awakened his fierce tiger bloodline when he entered the sect. He does seem to have some skill." There were many new disciples in this great competition, but not many could directly become a heaven-grade disciple. Gao Leping was one of them. Every heaven-grade disciple received a lot of attention, especially since Gao Leping had awakened his bloodline. Among the entire White Cloud Mountains outer sect disciples, there weren't many who had awakened their bloodline, only a small portion of them. This fierce tiger bloodline was quite good. It was also because of his awakening of the fierce tiger bloodline, coupled with his own good talent and hard work, that Gao Leping's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds over the years. His punch was like a tiger roaring through the forest, shocking everyone. Gao Leping didn't boast. With just one punch, he sent the stage master flying out of the stage and became the new stage master. Chernzong had a slight impression of Gao Leping. Perhaps because he had awakened his bloodline, he was proud and arrogant. He had fought with Gao Leping once before, but Gao Leping had easily defeated him. At that time, Gao Leping was still very inexperienced, But the current Gao Leping was different from before. His cultivation had reached the peak of the transcendent 8th layer. That punch just now had allowed Chen Zong to see some clues. Gao Leping's martial arts were very profound. Standing on the stage, Gao Leping's eyes swept over the crowd in high spirits. He had cultivated hard for several years and remained silent for a long time, all for the sake of showing his ambition today. Cloud list. I also want to participate. Gao Leping's eyes flashed with unparalleled confidence. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the transcendent 9th layer, he had defeated 9th layer transcendent realm cultivators before. Gao Leping's expression changed slightly when he saw Chen Zong. He recalled how he had been defeated by Chen Zong in the past, and how easily he had been defeated. Gao Leping wondered if he should challenge Chen Zong, but then he remembered that Chen Zong's strength had already surpassed his a few years ago. Now that several years had passed, even if he had improved, Chen Zong wouldn't have remained stagnant. Moreover, more than a year ago, a rumor had spread in the sect that Su Ling, who ranked 70th on the previous cloud list, had been defeated by Chen Zong and had even fainted from the shock of his aura. This news wasn't very accurate, but since it had spread, there was a reason for it. All in all, facing Chen Zong, Gao Leping still wasn't confident that he could defeat him. Therefore, there was no need to challenge him now. First, he had to qualify for the finals. If Chen Zong was really strong, he could also enter the finals. Sooner or later, they would face each other and he would be able to wash away his shame. Chen Zong didn't regard Gao Leping as an opponent, although Gao Leping wasn't weak. At a glance, Chen Zong paid attention to the arena masters on the 72 stages. So far, the 72 stages had experienced at least a dozen battles and at most 20 battles. No arena master had been able to hold the arena master's position for a long time. Victory or defeat, it was always on display. The 72 people from the previous cloud list didn't have to fight. They just watched to see who was stronger and who could pose a threat to them. But so far, no one had caught their eye and attracted their special attention. I, Xia Minglang, will challenge you. A clear voice sounded. Immediately, a figure leaped and rushed over like a ray of light. Immediately, he landed on the stage. It's Xia Minglang. Suddenly, many disciples exclaimed. Xia Minglang was also a new outer sect disciple and a heaven-grade disciple. Over the past few years, he had proven that Xia Minglang was indeed superior to ordinary heaven-grade disciples. 9th layer transcendent realm middle stage. Chen Zong was slightly surprised. This person called Xia Minglang was really extraordinary. Even among the previous batch of disciples, his cultivation was among the best. In fact, the cultivation of this batch of new outer sect disciples was generally not high. Reaching the 7th layer of the transcendent realm was considered good, reaching the 8th layer of the transcendent realm was very good, catching up with the previous batch of disciples. As for those who reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, they couldn't be described as good. At present, among the new disciples, there were less than 10 who had reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm. Xia Minglang was one of them and had reached the 9th layer transcendent realm middle stage, the highest cultivation among the new disciples. This disciple called Xia Minglang is very active. A person on the previous cloud list said with a smile, immediately looking at the 72nd place on the cloud list. Junior Brother Wang, it is said that Xia Minglang challenged you not long ago. What was the result? Wang Kong, who was 72nd on the previous cloud list, heard this and his expression changed slightly, but he didn't answer because he didn't want to. It wasn't a good memory. Seeing Wang Kong's expression and hearing some gossip, everyone understood that this Xia Minglang was indeed extraordinary and qualified to fight with them. Yun Yanxin had defeated the previous arena master and became the new arena master. After more than a year of cultivation, Yun Yanxin's cultivation had taken a big step forward from the peak of the 8th layer of the transcendent realm, breaking through to the early 9th layer of the transcendent realm. The breakthrough in his cultivation brought about a great leap in his strength. Chunzong was happy for Yunyanxin. Chapter 1170. On White Cloud Floating Island, the 72 arenas were filled with battles. Chunzong landed on one of the arenas and faced the arena master directly. This arena master was an Earth-grade disciple from the previous batch, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm 8th layer. His extraordinary talent and many years of hard work had given him tyrannical strength. In the outside world, he was strong enough to challenge rogue cultivators. Therefore, this arena master stared at Chunzong without the slightest fear, instead full of confidence. "Make your move, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." The arena master's voice was deep and powerful. As he spoke, he immediately gathered his strength, causing the 8 spirit wheels in his body to revolve rapidly. Spirit chi rushed out from his body, not only protecting him but also allowing him to instantly erupt with tyrannical strength to counterattack. Chunzong didn't say anything. His response was extremely simple. He simply pointed his finger at the arena master and suddenly, like a small stone falling into a calm water surface, ripples spread out in all directions. A beam of sword light immediately shot out from the center of the ripples, piercing through the sky with irresistible force and shooting towards the arena master like a meteor chasing after the moon. The speed of this sword was extremely fast and mysterious, making it impossible for the arena master to dodge. The arena master's face suddenly changed and he immediately erupted with all his spirit chi, pouring it into his palms. Waving his palms, he summoned countless clouds from all directions and condensed them into a wall in front of him. White Cloud Wall. This wall attempted to block Chunzong's sword chi. With a pop, the White Cloud Wall was instantly pierced through. The terrifying power was like a giant hammer as it directly smashed into the arena master's palms, causing the spiritual energy gathered on his palms to collapse. His entire body was sent flying. One strike. With just a single blow, without even drawing his sword, Yang Kai had defeated an Earth-grade disciple who was at the peak of the 8th layer transcendent realm with just his finger. This kind of strength was no small matter, shocking all who saw it. This person's sword technique is very exquisite. Some people from the previous cloud list narrowed their eyes and said in surprise, "He is indeed not bad. Moreover, that finger is probably not even 50% of his strength." "I know. His name is Chunzong. He is a new heaven-ranked disciple and is quite outstanding. It is said that more than a year ago, junior brother Su Ling was defeated by a single sword strike and fainted from the shock. I don't know if it is true or not." The disciple on the cloud list who spoke glanced at Su Ling. Su Ling's expression abruptly changed when he heard this. To him, this was a humiliation, the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered since he was born. It was a humiliation he was unwilling to recall. Being defeated by a single sword strike was nothing. After all, there was a difference in strength. However, to be stunned by the opponent's aura to the point of fainting was very embarrassing. It felt as if all the hard work and effort in cultivation had been wasted. It was a huge humiliation. This was the pain in Su Ling's heart. Su Ling didn't answer because he didn't want to. However, the disciple who spoke didn't intend to let him off. Since there was competition in the cloud roll, it was naturally better to suppress the other party. However, when the disciple on the cloud list was about to speak again, his body suddenly tensed up as he felt a gaze on him. The gaze contained an extremely shocking power that was boundlessly overbearing. The extremely terrifying power suppressed him and made it difficult for him to move. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the pair of eyes with a horrified expression. It was Gao Hongjing. No matter what, Su Ling was Gao Hongjing's follower and had done many things for Gao Hongjing. If someone wanted to target Su Ling, Gao Hongjing wouldn't stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, it would be disappointing. Under the deterrence of the gaze, the disciple on the cloud list shut his mouth and didn't dare to say anything. Gao Hongjing also withdrew his gaze and ignored him. For a moment, the disciples on the cloud list fell silent. After all, other than Bai Xie, who was ranked third, and Fu Yunxiao, who was ranked first, the others didn't have the confidence to confront Gao Hongjing head-on. Since the Outer Sect Grand Competition 5 years ago, the gap in strength between the top 3 and the rest had already existed. Moreover, the top 3 on the previous cloud list had cultivated lower sacred class cultivation methods or martial arts technique. It was still unknown to what level their strength had reached. Gao Hongjing's gaze turned and fell on Chenzong. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Chenzong. Chenzong frowned slightly. His perception was extremely sharp. When he was stared at by someone, he would feel it. Moreover, Gao Hongjing's gaze was so overbearing. Turning his head to look, Chenzong's eyes suddenly met with Gao Hongjing's eyes. The invisible gaze seemed to have turned into a substance and collided with each other in the void with their respective wills. There seemed to be sparks bursting and splashing. The collision of the invisible forces caused the air to distort like water. There weren't many people who could sense this scene. Only the top 10 on the previous cloud list could sense it, and they were all surprised. Gao Hongjing's strength was obvious to all. Powerful strength gave Gao Hongjing an amazing will, which could be seen through his gaze. This was normal. However, this newly promoted heaven-grade disciple, Chenzong, could do the same. It proved that besides his outstanding talent, it also showed that he had an extremely strong will and had excellent control over his own essence, qi, and spirit. Rare. For a moment, many of the top 10 on the cloud list paid more attention to Chenzong. Perhaps this person would bring them some surprises. This cloud list battle might be more interesting than the previous ones. After defeating his opponent with one finger, Chenzong naturally became the new champion. He guarded a ring and waited for others to challenge him. Not long after, someone jumped into the ring and issued a challenge. With a shake of the sword, the body of the sword trembled slightly and emitted a myriad of sword lights. It was as if a rainstorm was descending from the sky, and it carried an earth-shattering might as it blasted towards Chenzong like lightning. Under this sword, thousands of clouds surged and intertwined with the rainstorm-like sword lights. This powerful sword had many more changes and could confuse the opponent. Such a brilliant sword could exert an indescribable magical effect. Unfortunately, the opponent was Chenzong. With just a glance, Chenzong saw the flaw of this sword clearly and completely grasped it. The dark light sword at his waist shot out in an instant. The body of the sword couldn't be seen, only a ray of extremely bright and dazzling light pierced through the sky with heart-palpitating sharpness. This sword was abundant and irresistible. This sword could split everything. This sword was invincible. Shatter! Shatter! The rainstorm-like sword lights were shattered in an instant, and the clouds and mist exploded. This extremely terrifying sword strike directly landed on the sword that the other party had barely managed to retrieve to defend himself. An extremely frightening power exploded forth. It was as if an enormous power could shatter a mountain, causing the sword to bend. The enormous power struck the other party's chest, causing a loud sound similar to that of a drum. The other party was instantly sent flying. Defeated. Another sword move. What a brilliant swordsmanship! In the last cloud list, many swordsmen's eyes lit up slightly. Of course, they all wanted to keep their ranking on the cloud list and strive to reach a higher level, but they also wanted to fight with masters to sharpen themselves and improve their martial arts. The competition for the cloud list was just for the moment, but the road of martial arts was a lifetime. Chenzong's arena was not far away from Yunyanxin's arena. Therefore, seeing Chenzong defeat his opponent to become the champion and defeat his opponent again, Yunyanxin smiled sincerely. Chenzong unsheathed the dark light sword, but didn't put it back. He held it in his hand, and a sharp aura rose to the sky and surrounded him. It was like a never-ending stream of water, forming a perfect cycle. The strength that Chen Zong showed in the 2 consecutive battles was amazing. For a moment, no one dared to challenge him again. However, according to the rules, only 69 people were allowed to challenge in succession in each of the 72 arenas, and the interval between challenges couldn't be more than 60 breaths. In other words, if no one challenged the arena for more than 60 breaths, according to the rules, the champion of the arena would immediately advance to the next stage of the competition, even if the champion's strength was not so strong. Therefore, in less than 60 breaths, another person jumped into the arena and challenged Chen Zong. Seeing Chen Zong's powerful strength, the challenger looked dignified. He didn't attack at once, but moved quickly and circled around the arena. He observed carefully while walking at a high speed, trying to find Chen Zong's flaw and attack him. Chen Zong knew the opponent's intention very well, so he directly exposed a small flaw. The opponent's eyes lit up and he immediately seized this small flaw to attack. The knife light was bright and cold. It tore through the sky and was dazzling. The wind and clouds were surging, and the momentum was mighty. This knife seemed to split the arena into 2 halves. Chen Zong didn't move at all. He looked calm as if he didn't feel anything. Just as that astonishing and dazzling blade light was about to slash down with the momentum of the wind and clouds, the profound light sword flicked up from the bottom and turned, collapsing the blade. The body of the sword followed the blade and slashed forward vertically, like an antelope hanging the horn of a heavenly steed soaring across the sky, and stopped at the opponent's neck with a profound and unrestrained profundity. The sharp blade was extremely cold, causing the challenger to be startled and feel a chill run down his spine. There was no doubt that he was completely defeated. After saluting Chen Zong to show his gratitude for his mercy, the challenger turned around and jumped out of the arena. In the 3rd battle, Chen Zong won and continued to be the champion. Although he didn't consume much of his strength, there was still an invisible force that made Chen Zong's essence, qi, and spirit at the peak. In the 4th battle, the challenger's strength was slightly stronger, but he was still no match for Chen Zong. He was defeated by 1 sword. The 5th battle, the 6th battle, the 7th battle. In the blink of an eye, 10 consecutive battles had been fought. Chen Zong won all of them easily. 1 sword strike. No matter who his opponent was, they were all defeated with 1 sword strike. This boy is not bad. The elder presiding over the outer sect great competition looked at Chen Zong and secretly nodded. In the 10 battles, even though he had defeated his opponent with a single strike, from that single strike, one could more or less tell that Chen Zong's swordsmanship was rather high. Amongst the outer sect disciples, he could definitely be ranked amongst the best. On top of that, although his cultivation was only at the peak of the transcendent 8th layer, making it impossible for him to enter the top 100 outer sect disciples, the purity of his spiritual energy far surpassed that of many outer sect disciples, allowing him to rank among the best. The purity of one's spirit energy was closely related to one's strength. This meant that this child had cultivated a spirit-level top-grade cultivation method, and had cultivated it to a very high level. With the elder's eyesight, he could naturally see that Chen Zong hadn't used his full strength in these 10 battles. However, it was difficult to say how much strength he had used. Chapter 1171. Victory after victory, he was invincible. The last opponent was also defeated by Chen Zong. Since then, there were no more challengers in this arena. Chen Zong directly passed the preliminary round and would enter the 3rd stage of the promotion round. He would compete with the 72 people from the last cloud list for this year's cloud list. Not long after, the challenges in the other 71 arenas also came to an end, and the final 72 arena masters appeared. Xia Minglang, Yun Yanxin, and Gao Leping were among them. Under the cover of Chen Zong's powerful soul sense, he easily knew the cultivation levels of these people. The highest was the peak transcendent realm 9th layer, a record of all the previous disciples, but there weren't many of them, only 4 in total. The next highest was the peak transcendent realm 9th layer with 8, the late transcendent realm 9th layer with 14, the mid-transcendent realm 9th layer with 20, the early transcendent realm with 24, and the 8th layer with 2. Of the 2 transcendent realm cultivators, one was Gao Luping, who was at the peak of the transcendent realm, and the other was Chunzong, who was at the peak of the transcendent realm. In terms of cultivation, Chunzong's cultivation was undoubtedly the lowest among the 72 people who had passed the preliminary round, but his strength was frightening. The 72 arenas moved toward the center from all directions, touching each other and merging silently. Finally, they formed a huge arena that was 10,000 meters long and wide. Congratulations to all of you for entering the promotion round. Next, all of you will fight against the disciples of the previous cloud roll. A bright light flashed in the elder's eyes. His voice was loud and powerful, resounding like thunder in the surroundings. There was a hint of excitement in his voice that made people feel excited from the bottom of their hearts. Promotion match. This was the first half of the Outer Sect Grand Competition, and it was about to begin. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. After watching the competition for so long, my hands are already itching. Let's show these people how powerful we are. All the disciples on the cloud roll laughed. Watching other people fight, especially those with decent strength, had already stimulated their fighting spirit. Now, it was finally their turn to make a move. All of them were naturally extremely excited. There were 72 people on the honor roll and 72 ringmasters in the preliminary round. There was a total of 144 people who would go through one round of duels. It was just one round of duels. This round of duels would determine the new honor roll. It sounded simple, but there might be some unexpected situations. For example, some people had the strength to enter the cloud roll, but they were defeated by stronger opponents and had no chance to enter the cloud roll. However, the path of cultivation was not always smooth sailing. Luck was also a part of it. 144 people began to draw lots to test their luck. There were a total of 144 lots, from number 1 to number 144. Number 1 would fight number 2, number 3 would fight number 4, number 5 would fight number 6, and so on. 143 would fight 144. Chunzong drew lot number 35, so his opponent was naturally number 36. However, since everyone was conservative about the lot they drew, Chunzong did not know who drew lot 36. But no matter who it was, Chunzong was fearless. He fought and won. The third stage of the promotion round began. The first round of the promotion round, number 1 against number 2. Soon, number 1 and number 2 leaped up from different directions and landed on the 10,000-meter wide ring. They faced each other from 1,000 meters away, their eyes shining brightly as they collided with each other. Number 1 was a disciple of the Origin Cloud Roll, Lei Gang, who was ranked 64th and whose cultivation had reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Number 2 was one of the 72 people who passed the preliminary round, Feng Xiu, who was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm. Lei Gang and Feng Xiu had the same cultivation, so the winner would be decided in other aspects. With a low roar, Lei Gang erupted with an astonishing momentum. As the clouds surged, there seemed to be lightning arcs leaping. He unsheathed his long saber and slashed out. It was as if a thunderbolt tore through the sky. It was incomparably dazzling, and an astonishing sound like a demon's voice poured into Feng Xiu's mind. The Wind Elementalist had rich battle experience. His eyes narrowed slightly as he unsheathed his longsword. Like a gust of wind, it cut through the air with astonishing sharpness, bringing along a sword pressure that was as frightening as a wind blade as it pierced out. Lei Gang's thunder saber and Feng Xiu's wind sword bloomed with astonishing power at this moment. Almost everyone's eyes widened as they stared with rapt attention. The saber light was like lightning, while the sword qi was like the wind. Whether it was Lei Gang or Feng Xiu, both of them had used their full strength. Whether they were using their full strength or not was unknown, but at the very least, they were using 80% of their strength. The saber light was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the air, one saber strike after another. Not only was it extremely fast, but its power was also extremely tyrannical, capable of destroying everything in its path. Even if there was a mountain in front of it, it would be smashed to smithereens. Feng Xiu's sword brought about an endless storm of sword qi that swept out in all directions, forming an astonishing sword qi tornado that filled the air, covering a radius of 100 meters and constantly colliding with the lightning saber light. Shatter, regenerate. An extremely terrifying force blasted out in all directions. The astonishing saber light and sword shadows tore the arena apart, leaving behind a series of ghastly scars. This kind of power caused the eyes of the eliminated disciples to twitch in shock. Strong. Too strong. Feng Xiu used his full strength, causing his sword to completely disappear, as if he was wielding a gust of wind, constantly tearing the sky apart, each of his sword strikes incomparably sharp. Feng Xiu's strength was indeed astonishing. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm, and he had cultivated a spirit-grade top-rank secret art to the 15th stage. His spirit energy was extremely pure and his extraordinary force, wind force, had also reached the 6th stage. However, Lei Gang's strength was even higher. With the same cultivation, Lei Gang had cultivated a spirit-grade top-rank secret art to the 16th stage, causing his spirit energy to be even purer and his overall strength to be even more tyrannical. Fight, fight, fight! As a disciple of the Cloud List, Lei Gang had already cultivated one of the 5 white cloud paths, the refining cloud path, and had even displayed a 5th-grade secret art, Thunder Demon Hand. As his saber slashed down, countless white clouds condensed out of thin air and fell from the sky. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts also gathered in an instant, transforming into a majestic saber light. Hong. It was as if the world itself was about to collapse. Feng Xiu used his full strength and unleashed a 5th-grade secret art, slashing out with his sword. This sword strike condensed the essence of the flying cloud path's upper stage. The sword strike, the wind and clouds, shattering the sky. Wind and thunder, saber and sword. As they collided, countless clouds exploded and filled all directions. The shocking power destroyed the mountains and countless forces tore the sky apart, leaving behind shocking traces. Thump, thump, thump. Feng Xiu could not stop himself from retreating. After retreating for more than 10 meters, a figure burst out from the clouds like an arrow shot from a powerful bow. The arm that swelled and thickened, with pitch-black lightning arcs jumping around, held a long saber. The saber was surrounded by countless lightning bolts. It was Lei Gang. As he slashed out with his saber, the lightning saber light tore the sky apart and blasted toward Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu struggled to lift his sword to meet the attack, but the sword body was shaken off. The terrifying saber light brazenly attacked and sent Feng Xiu flying. There was a saber scar on his chest, as if his body was about to be split into 2. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Feng Xiu flew out and almost fell out of the arena. Although Feng Xiu was severely injured, he still had the strength to continue fighting. However, he was obviously no match for Lei Gang and could only admit defeat helplessly. Fortunately, even if he admitted defeat now, it did not mean that he had lost all his chances. In the end, he still had a chance to enter the Cloud List. A burst of power surged and fell on Feng Xiu's body. Feng Xiu's pale face quickly recovered and the shocking saber wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 30 breaths of time, the obvious saber wound had completely disappeared and the injury had been healed. This was the ability of White Cloud Floating Island. After all, White Cloud Floating Island was a rare treasure that was connected to White Cloud Mountain. Because of this, it had such a magical ability. If it was taken to other places, it would be useless. It was also because of this miraculous ability that they could heal injuries in a short period of time. It could be said that as long as they didn't die, all injuries could be healed. This allowed the disciples to fight at ease and fight wholeheartedly. They wouldn't be restrained because of anything. Feng Xiu's recovery had nothing to do with the next battle. Number 3 and Number 4 had already appeared in the arena. However, Number 3's cultivation was at the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer, while Number 4's cultivation was at the late Transcendent Realm 9th layer. The obvious gap in cultivation also brought about a gap in strength. Therefore, in less than 10 moves, Number 3 was defeated and Number 4 won, placing her on the cloud list. In the third match, Number 5 versus Number 6, with Number 5 winning. In the fourth match, Yun Yanxin was Number 7. Her opponent was the 68th on the previous cloud list, whose cultivation had reached the peak Transcendent Realm 9th layer, even stronger than Yun Yanxin, who was at the early Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Those who could be ranked on the cloud list were already very strong, enough to challenge those above their realm. After several years of cultivation, their cultivation had improved further, and their strength had only increased. However, Yun Yanxin's talent was much higher, and she had completely mastered the essence of the Flying Cloud Way. She had also comprehended the 7th layer of her wind force. At the beginning, the battle between Yun Yanxin and the 68th on the previous cloud list was extremely fierce, but as time passed, Yun Yanxin gradually grasped the rhythm and gained the upper hand. With a slash of her sword, the wind and clouds surged, as if she was flying through the sky. The 68th on the previous cloud list was directly sent flying by the slash, and all the strength in his body collapsed. Without any resistance, he fell from the ring and was defeated. With Yun Yanxin successfully ranked on the cloud list, Chen Zong smiled, feeling happy for senior sister Yu. Battle after battle, Su Ling fought against Xia Minglang. Unfortunately, Su Ling was defeated by Xia Minglang. Su Ling was very angry about this. He had been cultivating hard for more than a year in order to defeat Chen Zong and wash away the shame. But now, he was defeated before he could even fight with Chen Zong, and he was defeated by a new disciple. In another battle, Yu Shuiyuan, who was ranked 5th on the previous cloud list, defeated his opponent with a tyrannical posture and strength, showing the amazing demeanor of the top 10 on the cloud list. There was no doubt that Yu Shuiyuan would occupy one of the spots on the final cloud list, and his ranking would even be higher. According to the experience of the previous batches, the top 10 of the cloud roll would rarely be shaken. Most of them could continue to take the top 10 of the cloud roll. Even if there were accidents, the top 10 would be taken by the newcomers who were at the bottom. Battle after battle, it was soon the turn of the 35th contestant, Chen Zong. Chapter 1172. His aura was like that of a tiger's, tyrannical and ferocious, spreading out in all directions as if a tiger was roaring in the forest. Chen Zong, the shame of my defeat in the past will be wiped away today. Gao Leping's eyes seemed to carry the majesty of a tiger as he roared out in a deep voice. After a few years, not only had Gao Leping's cultivation and strength improved significantly, but his temperament had also become much calmer. This was directly related to one's experience and tempering. Bring out your full strength, Chen Zong said unhurriedly. Compared to a few years ago, Gao Leping's strength had indeed improved greatly, even surpassing some early 9th layer Transcendent Realm Heaven grade disciples, but compared to Chen Zong, the gap was even greater. If Gao Leping were to use his full strength, Chen Zong would have to use everything he had, including his fierce tiger bloodline. Gao Leping knew that he had indeed improved greatly, but it seemed that Chen Zong had also improved greatly, so he wasn't confident he could defeat him. Since that was the case, Chen Zong decided to stimulate his bloodline. Fierce tiger bloodline, explode. Gao Leping's body trembled, and an extremely terrifying aura instantly exploded. His robe fluttered as if it was being blown by a gale. The astonishing aura was like a raging storm that blasted out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. A blood-red light swept out from Gao Leping's body, filling his entire body as the vague image of a blood-red tiger appeared beside him, adding to his aura. As soon as he activated his bloodline, Gao Leping's aura doubled and his strength soared. This was also the reason he was able to defeat ordinary early 9th layer Transcendent Realm Outer Sect disciples, allowing him to contend with ordinary mid-9th layer Transcendent Realm Outer Sect disciples. This fist of mine is a bloodline martial skill. I'll defeat you with one punch. Gao Leping let out a loud roar, and his tyrannical spiritual power and bloodline power merged into one, surging like a torrent, surging towards his right arm like a biting cold blade pushing forward. Fierce tiger dominating mountain. The strength in Gao Leping's body condensed into an incomparably tyrannical force that blasted out from his fist. Incomparably fierce. The tiger's roar shook the heavens and the earth. One could vaguely see a huge blood-red tiger's head bombarding the sky, as if it wanted to shatter the space. The extremely terrifying power directly covered a radius of 10 meters. In other words, everything within a radius of 10 meters was under the power of this punch. Only those who moved 10 meters away could avoid this attack. This attack was extremely powerful and domineering, as if it could easily shatter a mountain. It also contained a trace of willpower impact, which made Chen Zong feel as if there was a blood-red phantom of a fierce tiger in his sea of consciousness. It was roaring with its head raised, full of vigor, and was about to attack his spiritual willpower. Unfortunately, Chen Zong's soul had been liquefied. His spiritual sense was extremely powerful, and his willpower was also unprecedentedly strong. This blood-red tiger phantom could not shake him at all. With a single thought, Chen Zong's terrifying spiritual force crushed the blood-red tiger phantom, causing it to disappear completely. At the same time, Gao Leping's extremely powerful punch also blasted out. The astonishing fist pressure squeezed out from all directions and directly bombarded Chen Zong's body, as if it wanted to shatter Chen Zong's body. It had to be said that the power of this punch was indeed very strong and exquisite. It was a bloodline martial skill, but also a martial skill that belonged to Gao Leping himself. There was no such thing as a rank. The strength of this punch was directly related to Gao Leping. This punch was enough to defeat many 9th layer Transcendent Realm early stage Outer Sect disciples, and even threaten many 9th layer mid-stage Outer Sect disciples. But for Chen Zong, it was not enough, far from enough. What really interested Chen Zong was the power behind this punch. Under Chen Zong's powerful spiritual sense, he had already seen through it. There was no need to use much strength, only a chi refining cultivator's spirit energy was needed. The sword left its scabbard. The grade 3 spirit artifact, profound light sword, shot out like an aurora from its scabbard, a dazzling sword light piercing through the sky like a meteor, bursting forth with a tyrannical sharpness. Wherever the sword light passed, an ear-piercing sound rang out. The tiger phantom was pierced through by the dazzling sword light, and a terrifying sword chi surged out, directly crushing the tiger phantom. Straight through. Gao Leping's punch was directly penetrated, and all the power behind it dissipated. The sword light pierced through Gao Leping's shoulder, piercing through his shoulder blade. The sharp pain caused Gao Leping to let out a miserable groan, his face suddenly turning pale and cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Since this floating cloud island had a miraculous ability to heal injuries extremely quickly, Chen Zong did not hold back. After the sword pierced through his shoulder, Gao Leping was very clear that his strength was really not as good as Chen Zong's. Victory and defeat, it was so simple. Chen Zong was listed on the cloud list and was waiting for the final, while Gao Leping was eliminated and had no chance to be listed on the cloud list. It was not that Gao Leping was too weak, but that Chen Zong was too strong. This guy's strength is expected to reach the top 20. An inner sect disciple nodded secretly and said, "Indeed, it should not be a problem for him to reach the top 20, but it's a bit difficult for him to reach the top 10, another inner sect disciple also said. A loss was a loss, and Gao Leping did not say any harsh words, because he had clearly recognized the gap between himself and Chen Zong. However, Gao Leping was not discouraged and continued to work hard. Although he was not as good as Chen Zong, he could surpass others. In the path of cultivation, a temporary competition was not the most important, but the competition of a lifetime was the most important. After winning a battle and being listed on the cloud list, the following battles in the third stage had nothing to do with Chen Zong, and he only needed to be a good audience. Chen Zong was also very curious about the strength of the top 10 on the cloud list, especially the top 3. However, until now, only Yu Shuiyuan, who was ranked 5th on the cloud list, had fought. The other 9 had not fought yet. But next, the top 10 on the cloud list would fight one after another. Even the top 20 on the previous cloud list were very strong, and their martial arts attainments were very high. In the next battle, Bai Xia fought. Her opponent was not on the previous cloud list, but his cultivation was not low, having reached the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer. Facing Bai Xia, who was ranked 3rd on the previous cloud list, even though he was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th layer, he could not help but feel a little nervous. It could not be helped. The 3rd place on the previous cloud list was very powerful, and it was very difficult to challenge them. It was almost impossible to succeed. If there were no accidents, the top 3 on the current cloud list should be born from these 3 people. Standing in the arena, Bai Xia remained motionless. Her body was surrounded by a faint light, like moonlight. She looked like a moon goddess, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. Facing Bai Xia, those who did not have a strong will would not be able to maintain a stable state of mind, and it would be difficult for them to exert their full strength. Taking a deep breath, they tried to adjust their state of mind and calm down. "Senior Sister Bai, please enlighten me." As soon as his voice fell, this person immediately condensed his spirit energy and used a secret technique, bathing his whole body in a white light, as if thousands of clouds were surrounding him. "Please," Bai Xia said, her faint voice filled with coldness, making people feel as if they were bathing in moonlight. Hong. This peak Transcendent Realm 9th layer cultivator used a secret technique and 100% of his spirit energy to send out a palm strike. The huge palm print was earth-shattering, and its power was terrifying to the extreme, causing the sea of clouds to churn and mountains to collapse. Facing this tyrannical palm, Bai Xia's expression did not change in the slightest. She simply waved her hand lightly, as if she was plucking a string, and a beautiful and intoxicating sound faintly rang out. The air seemed to be plucked like a string of a zither, releasing a sharp aura that tore through the sky. Chi 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 a subtle sound rang out as the huge and powerful palm print, filled with terrifying power, was suddenly cut like tofu. That extremely sharp aura came charging at him, and he could not dodge it. It landed on his body, but it did not tear his body apart. Instead, it wrapped around him and threw him out of the arena. Chen Zong's eyes lit up slightly. The application of power contained in this move was very clever. Sure enough, the 3rd place on the previous cloud list was no small matter. However, Chen Zong was even happier. Therefore, it was difficult to find an opponent, and Bai Xia would obviously be a good opponent. After a few battles, another top 10 on the cloud list took action. Zhu Liwen, the 8th place on the previous cloud list, defeated his opponent in one move. Gao Hongjing took action. He did not even use the Scarlet Dragon sky-splitting spear. He directly swung his arm in place of a spear, and with a bang, the sky shattered as it flew towards his opponent. It was too fast and domineering, directly sealing the space in front of him and suppressing his opponent with an astonishing momentum, making it difficult for him to move. He was directly swung by Gao Hongjing's arm, and all his defenses collapsed in an instant. He was sent flying, spinning in midair as blood spurted out from his mouth. He directly flew out of the ring and fell to the ground, rolling a few times on the ground in an extremely sorry state. Miserable. Very miserable. Everyone's eyelids trembled unconsciously, and it was a ghastly sight. Gao Hongjing's attack was too ruthless. Although the injury could be healed quickly, such an outcome was terrible and no one was willing to bear it. Gao Hongjing sneered and turned around to jump down from the ring. One had to be prepared to bear the consequences when fighting with him. It was Fu Yunxiao's turn to take action. As the first place on the previous cloud list, Fu Yunxiao's reputation was the highest, and his deterrence was also the strongest. Senior Brother Fu, please show mercy. The person who fought with Fu Yunxiao was unfortunately one of the people on the previous heavenly roll and was ranked 36. In the previous cloud list, he had fought with Fu Yunxiao and knew how powerful Fu Yunxiao was. The memory was still fresh in his mind. Even though his strength had improved significantly over the past few years, he was still no match for Fu Yunxiao 5 years ago, let alone now. Go ahead. Fu Yunxiao said neither slowly nor quickly, and his voice was as light as the wind. Fu Yunxiao's coldness was different from Bai Xia's coldness. Bai Xia's coldness was a kind of coldness, like the bright moon. Fu Yunxiao's coldness was a kind of arrogance that came from his bones and soul, originating from his outstanding talent and powerful strength. First place on the cloud list. That was one of the reasons why Fu Yunxiao could be cold and arrogant, and also one of the sources of his confidence. Fu Yunxiao's opponent attacked with his full strength. However, before the attack could reach Fu Yunxiao put his finger together like a sword and stabbed lightly. The stab was silent and casual, as though it had pierced through the void. It directly crushed and penetrated the opponent's extremely tyrannical attack that was like a flash flood. Fu Yunxiao's opponent was like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 1173. The third stage of the advancement match ended with the outcome of the 143rd and 144th contestants. Some of the matches were ordinary. After all, when there was a huge disparity in strength, the opponent would usually be defeated in one move. However, some of the matches were very intense. When both parties were of similar strength, they had to give it their all in order to win. As the third stage of the advancement match ended, the 72 people on the cloud roll were born. However, these 72 people had yet to be ranked. The final match of the fourth stage was the cloud roll ranking match. It would determine everyone's ranking on the cloud roll. Among the 72 people who were listed on this year's cloud roll, a total of 54 of them were from the previous cloud roll, while 18 of them were from this year's newcomers. From this point, it could be seen how powerful the previous cloud roll was and how extraordinary this year's newcomers were. Among the 18 people, Chen Zong was one of them. Yun Yanxin was also one of them. Xia Minglang was also one of them. Those who lost in the advancement match might not necessarily lose because of their strength. It could also be due to luck. The elder spoke in a loud voice. Therefore, before the final match of the fourth stage, those who lost will have a chance to challenge someone on the cloud roll. If they win, they will be listed on the cloud roll. If they lose, they will be eliminated completely. No one was surprised. It had been the same for the previous outer sect competition. This was also the reason why no one was too upset after being defeated. It was because there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The challenges had begun. Although it was said that everyone who lost in the third stage had a chance to challenge, not everyone would do so. They knew their own strength and the opponent's strength. However, there were also some who felt that they were not weak but were unlucky to have drawn a strong opponent. Those who lost were full of confidence. There were 72 people on the cloud roll. The difference in strength between the first and the last was huge. Although the final match had yet to be determined and the ranking was not clear, it could be seen who was stronger and who was weaker among these people. Naturally, one would challenge those who were weaker so that one could be listed on the cloud roll. When the challenge match ended, there was another change in the cloud roll. 9 people were defeated. They had really failed to make the cloud roll. The 9 of them looked upset. Being listed on the cloud roll was an honor in itself. One could also receive a handsome reward from the sect. Now they had no chance. As for the 9 people who won the challenge, they were overjoyed. Regardless of their final ranking on the cloud roll, at least they were listed on the cloud roll. Some were happy while others were sad. The 4th stage of the finals began. It's finally starting. I feel like I've been waiting for a long time. The most exciting part is about to come. The group of outer sect disciples were all excited and filled with anticipation. In the outer sect tournament, the first elimination round and the second preliminary round were nothing much to watch. The third round of the promotion round was starting to get exciting, but the 4th round of the finals was the most exciting part of the tournament. The reason why the inner sect disciples had come to spectate was for the finals of the 4th stage. The 4th stage of the finals was not as simple as the previous stages. It used a point system. The so-called point system meant that 1 point would be awarded for each victory, and no points would be awarded for a loss or a draw. The final ranking would be based on the number of points one had. The one with the highest number of points would naturally be ranked first, while the one with the lowest would be ranked last. As for how to earn points, it was very simple. Every person on the cloud roll had to fight with 71 people other than themselves. The highest score they could get was 71 points. Everyone had to fight 71 times. No matter how much they tried to hide their strength, they had no choice but to reveal it one by one and even use all of their trump cards. Each of the 72 people on the cloud roll received a number plate. It was a public number plate. Chernzong's number plate was number 18. Starting from number 1, he could choose his opponent. Other than himself, he could challenge anyone from number 2 to 72. 72 white clouds floated in the air around the 10,000-meter arena. The disciple on the first white cloud swept his gaze across, looking for an opponent. Although everyone had to go through 71 battles and fight with the other 71 people, no one liked to lose. Therefore, they had to choose a suitable opponent from the start and obtain victory. This would build up their confidence and momentum. To a certain extent, it would raise their fighting spirit and allow them to unleash their strength more fully. If they were defeated from the start, it would affect their fighting spirit. They did not have to wait for long. In just 10 breaths, number 1 had chosen his opponent. Number 7. Number 7's cultivation was not as good as number 1. Secondly, from the previous battles, number 7's strength was not as good as his. Number 1 and number 7 both leaped from the white clouds and landed on the arena. Fight. There was no need to say anything. As number 1 had expected, number 7's strength was indeed inferior to his. After a fierce battle, number 1 gained the upper hand. In less than 60 breaths, number 7 was defeated and number 1 won. Number 2 chose his opponent. While number 1 was observing and choosing his opponent, number 2 had already chosen his opponent, number 10. Unfortunately, after a fierce battle, number 10 won by a narrow margin. Number 3 versus number 13, number 3 won. Number 4 versus number 20, number 4 won. Number 5 was called Ho Wu. He ranked 24th on the previous cloud roll and had extraordinary strength. The opponent he chose was number 18, Chunzong. I know that you have yet to use your full strength. However, you can only unleash your full strength now. Otherwise, you will lose without a doubt. Ho Wu stared at Chunzong as he firmly declared. His tone was filled with confidence. He ranked 24th on the previous cloud roll and his cultivation was at the peak of the transcendent realm. His strength was far superior to ordinary peak transcendent realm cultivators. With great strength came great self-confidence. Ho Wu was very confident in himself. Even if his opponent was in the top 10 of the previous cloud roll, he was confident he could challenge them. Chunzong had also seen Ho Wu's battle and knew he was indeed extraordinary. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he was still able to see the big picture. I hope you won't let me down, Chunzong responded unhurriedly. These were sincere words. He hoped that Ho Wu would use his full strength, but when they fell into the ears of others, they inevitably sounded a little arrogant, especially Ho Wu, who was very unhappy. Smiling coldly, a trace of ferocity flashed across his eyes. Ho Wu made up his mind to teach this arrogant man a lesson. Bending his knees slightly and lowering his body, Ho Wu looked like a beast that had locked onto its prey. A tyrannical spirit energy burst out from his body like a volcanic eruption, causing the entire ring to shake and space to shatter. Ho Wu's entire body transformed into a meteor, carrying an earth-shattering momentum as he mercilessly slammed towards Chunzong. Amidst the blazing light, Ho Wu's bent arms suddenly straightened, his 5 fingers forming claws that tore through the sky. Like a tiger's claws, as sharp as an eagle's claws, there was even a trace of cloud energy swirling around them, giving off a bewildering aura. Profound martial arts, tyrannical strength, and the power of an 8th-order wild beast. This blow was extremely powerful. It was Ho Wu's full strength. Like a tiger, like an eagle, like a cloud, Ho Wu's attainments in martial arts were extremely profound. At the transcendent realm, the truly profound masters often absorbed the essence of the martial arts they cultivated and evolved them to better suit themselves, allowing them to display greater power. Ho Wu was such a profound master. Ho Wu's aura covered his entire body, and a pair of gloves instantly appeared on his hands, releasing a tyrannical aura. A 7th-grade spirit artifact. A 7th-grade spirit artifact possessed the strength of an ordinary 7th-layer transcendent realm cultivator. Although it was nothing to a 9th-layer transcendent, when superimposed on one's own body, it was still a considerable strength, especially in certain combat situations where it was enough to turn the tide of a battle. Ho Wu had to admit that he was a very scheming person. As soon as he attacked, he was empty-handed at first, and only when he was about to hit Chunzong did he use his 7th-grade spirit artifact and superimpose his strength, hoping to destroy all of Chunzong's defenses in one fell swoop and defeat Chunzong with absolute strength. If Chunzong's strength was similar to Ho Wu's, then Ho Wu might have been able to succeed. This blow also allowed Chunzong to see Ho Wu's true strength. Ho Wu was indeed not weak, but compared to himself, there was still a big gap. However, Chunzong didn't show any intention of using his full strength, instead only using his qi refining cultivation. The profound light sword transformed into a dazzling beam of light and shot out from its scabbard, instantly piercing through the sky. Its aura was incomparably sharp, and its sword light fluctuated unpredictably. Chunzong's current qi refining cultivation was at the peak of the 8th-layer transcendent realm, which wasn't high. It could be said that he had the lowest cultivation on the cloud list. Even in the outer sect, there were several hundred disciples whose cultivation was higher than Chunzong's. However, Chunzong had cultivated the White Cloud Extreme True Art to the 17th layer, which was one of the best among all the outer sect disciples. After all, it was extremely difficult to cultivate the 18th layer of a spirit-grade secret art, much more difficult than cultivating the 17th layer because once one succeeded, they would be able to grasp the secret art's meaning and increase the purity of their spirit qi by 1-fold. Even with Chen Zong's amazing perception, after more than a year of cultivation, he had only managed to raise the white cloud extreme true art from the 15th layer to the 17th, still a thin line away from the 18th layer. Chen Zong estimated that this thin line would take at least half a year to break through, but there was a possibility that it would take even longer. Of course, if he could find an opportunity, he might be able to break through in a shorter time. Because of the purple cloud black star flame's purification, the purity of Chen Zong's white cloud extreme true spirit qi was comparable to that of an 18th layer white cloud extreme true spirit qi. Chen Zong had also cultivated the heart sword's force to the 8th layer. Chen Zong had cultivated the force of white cloud to the 7th layer. Chen Zong had also cultivated the force of flame to the 7th layer. With the fusion of these three transcendent forces, their power increased by several times. However, Chen Zong didn't fuse these three transcendent forces, only fusing the heart sword's force and white cloud's force while concealing the force of flame. Combining these two forces together with his brilliant sword art and the third great accomplishment stage of the sword Dao, the power he displayed was incomparably astonishing. As the sword pierced out, the tip of the sword trembled slightly and changed unpredictably. Two crackling sounds could be heard. Ho Wu's all-out attack of a brilliant martial art was hit by the tip of the sword in an instant. Like a popped bubble, the power dissipated. Chapter 1174. His legs were like dragons and pythons, stirring up an incomparably violent air current. The air current contained an astonishing amount of power, frenziedly grinding everything in its path. It was as if numerous large white pythons were coiling around Chen Zong, wanting to grind him to death. Ho Wu's speed of changing moves was extremely fast, and there were no flaws in the connection. His two legs smashed forward, and the power was even more tyrannical than his hands before. The destructive power was incomparable. Chen Zong moved his feet smoothly, and his sword trembled slightly. He instantly attacked. Under the control of the sword with his heart, it was extremely agile and flexible. What a high level of sword principle! The elder narrowed his eyes slightly. As an elder of White Cloud Mountain and a veteran Saint Realm master, he naturally had good eyesight and a high level of martial Dao. Fu Yunxiao's eyes shone brightly as he stared at Chen Zong and Chen Zong's sword. He felt an indescribable mysterious aura from Chen Zong's sword. It was not the aura of a sword, but the aura of sword principle. His high level of sword principle was even higher than his own. For a moment, Fu Yunxiao's interest was piqued, but only slightly. After all, although Chen Zong's strength was good, it was far from enough in Fu Yunxiao's eyes. The corners of Gao Hongjing's mouth curled up into a cold, domineering smile. Bai Xia's expression was calm, and her aura was cold. Chen Zong used his high level of sword principle to explain the true meaning of "a sword in hand is unbreakable by 5 feet." The brilliance of using one's heart to control the sword was that one could master the unbreakable sword ring of 5 feet. As the name implied, within a radius of 5 feet, the longsword would not be able to break through the defense of one's sword ring and injure one's body unless the power exceeded one's tolerance limit. Now, with a sword in hand, no matter how hard Ho Wu attacked, Chen Zong blocked all of his attacks with just the sword in his hand. This scene caused everyone to be endlessly shocked. What a terrifying level of attainment in sword principle! How can he be so powerful? Gao Leping smiled bitterly. It turned out that the gap between him and Chen Zong was so big. Even if he used all of his strength, he couldn't do anything to Ho Wu. Now, even if Ho Wu used all of his strength, he couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Ho Wu himself was extremely shocked as well. After all, his strength wasn't weak, and his martial techniques were extremely exquisite. The flawless combination of his hands and legs caused him to erupt with a terrifying might that was like a violent storm, a tsunami, and a landslide. Even if it was a real mountain, it would be able to collapse and shatter it. But now, he couldn't even break the sword circle created by someone whose cultivation was lower than his. Secret technique: Giant Beast Aura. Ho-Woo let out a low roar, like the roar of a giant beast. An incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from his body, covering his whole body. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of an unknown giant beast appear on his body. In an instant, Ho-Woo's aura skyrocketed. Giant Beast Aura. This was a powerful 6th-grade secret technique, which Ho-Woo had obtained through a fortuitous encounter in the past 2 years. Boom! Boom! Ho-Woo attacked again, under the influence of the behemoth's anger. Every attack became extremely violent, and the power of every attack was greatly increased. It was at least several times stronger than before. With this kind of strength, if it was increased by several times, its power would be even more terrifying. Chun-Zong suddenly felt the pressure. The unbreakable sword circle was not really unbreakable. It was an extremely brilliant sword control technique, a very mysterious technique. There were 2 ways to break the unbreakable sword circle. The first way was to have a higher martial Dao realm. Naturally, one could see the shortcomings of the unbreakable sword circle and use a more brilliant technique to break it. The second method was to use absolute strength to break through everything, regardless of the realm of the martial way or the level of the technique. It was to use brute force to break through everything. However, Chun-Zong's sword principle realm, sword control with the heart, had reached the highest level of the 3rd level. If one wanted to surpass him in martial Dao realm, one had to reach the 4th level. As for the technique, Chun-Zong's technique was even more brilliant. He had also reached the peak of the 3rd level. In other words, one could not break the unbreakable sword circle without reaching the 4th level. However, the 4th level of the martial Dao was something that many Saint Realm masters had not reached. As for the power of absolute power, no one knew how tyrannical it was. Of course, there was actually a 3rd way to break the unbreakable sword circle. That was to continuously attack with great power to consume Chun-Zong's strength. Maintaining the unbreakable sword circle consumed mental power. The weaker the opponent's strength, the less mental power consumed. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more mental power consumed. With Ho-Woo's strength, even if he used the secret technique, Giant Beast Chi, to increase his strength, he could not make Chun-Zong consume much of his mental power. After continuously attacking for dozens of breaths, he still could not break Chun-Zong's sword circle. Chun-Zong could not even move an inch. Chun-Zong was also sure that Ho-Woo really did not have any other means. The thousands of sword lights surrounding him suddenly condensed into an extremely majestic sword. Countless clouds surrounded it, exuding an amazing halo. The sword slashed down. Break. This sword strike seized the best opportunity. It was the moment when Ho-Woo took a break after a series of attacks. In essence, a cultivator was still a human being, but a human being who had become stronger had all the advantages and disadvantages of a human being. The power was endless, but it could not be truly endless. Especially when attacking with full strength, it could be maintained for a period of time, but it could not be maintained for long. There was always a break to buffer. Powerful people would shorten this break to the extreme, making it look like there was no break, and even use all kinds of methods to cover it up. In Chun-Zong's eyes, Ho-Woo was not good enough. Therefore, Chun-Zong immediately grasped the opportunity. The old force was gone, and the new force was not yet born. The timing was just right. Facing Chun-Zong's sudden sword strike, Ho-Woo's face suddenly changed. He only felt that his surroundings were sealed, and there was no way to dodge. He could only resist. Forcing himself to erupt with power, regardless of the burden on his body, he crossed his arms in an attempt to block this majestic sword light. However, since Chern Zong had counterattacked, this sword strike was not so easy to block. Cut! Ho Wu's arms were suddenly split. The strength on them exploded, and his arms were also shaken off. The majestic sword light directly bombarded Ho Wu's chest, and he flew backward. His body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning, and he could not help but spit out blood. But in fact, Ho Wu was not seriously injured, because Chern Zong only used the cultivation of qi refining. The falling dark light sword was lifted up, and the cloud-white sword qi, like a waning moon, tore the sky and attacked Ho Wu again. This sword strike carried an amazing impact, and Ho Wu's body kept flying backward. The third strike, Ho Wu directly fell out of the arena. Chern Zong won and got 1 point. It seems that this is almost Chern Zong's strength. I think so. Even if it is not his full strength, at least 80%. He hasn't used the secret method yet. Counting the enhancement of the secret method, he should be hiding more than 20%, maybe 30%, or even 40%. For a moment, many people made the judgment that Chern Zong's strength was almost at this level. Even if he hid some of his strength, it should not be much more than what they speculated. With such strength, there should be no problem for him to be in the top 20 of the cloud roll, but it would be very difficult for him to be in the top 10. For a moment, everyone's attention and curiosity about Chern Zong plummeted. Illusory Cloud Path Lord smiled faintly. Others might not have been able to tell, but as one of the strongest cultivators of White Cloud Mountain, his level and vision were naturally extraordinary. He could see that Chern Zong's body contained an extremely terrifying power that had yet to be unleashed. In other words, Chern Zong's hidden strength was more than what everyone had guessed. 20% or 30%. Fantasy Cloud secretly guessed. The so-called 20% or 30% did not mean Chern Zong's hidden strength, but the strength that he had just shown. Little did he know that although Fantasy Cloud had overestimated Chern Zong, in fact, he had still underestimated him. After all, Fantasy Cloud did not know that Chern Zong had comprehended such a terrifying cultivation method as the heart-calming sword. Chern Zong did not care whether others were paying attention to him or not. Ho Wu's strength was not enough, and there would be stronger opponents in the future, such as Bai Xie, Gao Hongjing, Fu Yunxiao, and the others. It was not worthwhile to show his strongest strength now. Hiding some strength could be used as a trump card. Su Ling was surprised and doubtful. Ho Wu's strength was undoubtedly much stronger than his, and Chern Zong's defeat of Ho Wu was not so overwhelming. However, more than a year ago, Chern Zong's aura that shocked him to the point of fainting was so powerful. After more than a year, how could his strength not have improved significantly? Could it be that Chern Zong was hiding more strength? Did he have a bigger plan? Su Ling only felt that his mind was in a mess. The battle continued, one battle after another. Some people won, and some lost. Yun Yanxin's opponent was a disciple on the cloud list this year. His cultivation was at the peak of the Transcendent Realm 9th level, higher than Yun Yanxin, and he was also very strong. However, Yun Yanxin was stronger. After a quarter of an hour of fierce battle, Yun Yanxin blasted out with his sword, bringing with it an astonishing surge of wind and clouds. He was extremely powerful and defeated his opponent, obtaining 1 point. Daolord Huan Yun glanced at Yun Yanxin. Xia Minglang also successfully defeated his opponent and obtained 1 point. Among the 72 people on this year's cloud list, the strongest were still Bai Xie, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao. The gap between their strength and the others was too big. Therefore, most people were not willing to challenge them at all. If they did, they would lose. However, according to the rules of the 4th stage of the finals, everyone had to fight with the other 71 people, one after another. It was unavoidable. Chern Zong was number 18, and it was soon his turn to challenge. Chern Zong chose number 20, a peak Transcendent Realm 9th level cultivator. His opponent was still unable to do anything to him when he used the unbreakable sword circle. He seized the opportunity to defeat his opponent with a single sword strike. Of course, at the beginning, everyone could try to avoid the three strongest people and only choose others as their opponents. Therefore, for a period of time, Bai Xie, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao would not be challenged. However, the three of them had to take the initiative to issue challenges. Bai Xie chose her opponents casually. Although it was said that she chose them casually, she still avoided Gao Hongjing and Fu Yunxiao. These two were very strong, and even if they wanted to fight, they would leave it until the end. However, the person who was chosen by Bai Xie as her opponent had a bitter expression. He knew that there was a big gap between his strength and Bai Xie's. "I admit defeat," the person said directly. The gap in strength was too obvious, and it would be useless to fight. It was better to admit defeat and preserve one's strength. Chapter 1175. The child has a fever of more than 40 degrees. After being busy for half a day, I feel that my body has been hollowed out. Dominator of 6 realms can't write more. Resume normal update. Although some people admitted defeat in the duels of the Cloud list, many of the battles were very exciting. Soon, it was Gao Hongjing's turn to choose his opponent. Gao Hongjing's body was strong, and his aura was extremely overbearing. It spread in all directions. When he glanced over, the crowd immediately felt extremely oppressed. Everyone who was swept by Gao Hongjing's gaze couldn't help but feel their hearts beating wildly. An indescribable feeling welled up from the depths of their hearts. It seemed to be throbbing. Only a few people remained calm and composed when facing Gao Hongjing's gaze. One was Bai Xie, another was Fu Yunxiao, and the last one was Chunzong. Gao Hongjing glanced at Bai Xie and Fu Yunxiao. Although Gao Hongjing wanted to challenge Fu Yunxiao and defeat him, Fu Yunxiao was very strong. It was not that easy. Now it was only the first battle. There was no need. Immediately, Gao Hongjing's gaze stopped on Chunzong's face. His gaze became sharper. It seemed that he was going to choose Chunzong. This scene made many people secretly relieved. At the same time, they felt that Chunzong was very unlucky. Although Chunzong would fight with Gao Hongjing sooner or later, there was still a difference between sooner and later. Chunzong was not afraid at all. He looked at Gao Hongjing directly. If Gao Hongjing really wanted to choose him as his opponent, Chunzong would not admit defeat. Fight. Gao Hongjing was indeed very strong, but Chunzong was not afraid at all. Because he was not weak either. Only by fighting could they know who would win. Gao Hongjing seemed to have felt the fighting desire in Chunzong's eyes. He was slightly stunned, and his pupils contracted slightly. Chunzong was not afraid of him at all. He even had a trace of fighting desire. Was he overestimating himself? Or was he confident in his own strength? If it was the latter, it meant that he had hidden more strength than he had imagined. However, no matter how much he hid, he was still no match for Yi Shiwen. This was self-confidence, supreme self-confidence, an unshakable self-confidence that was like an immemorial mountain. "You're too weak right now. You're not qualified to be my opponent." Gao Hongjing sneered at Chunzong. "Either you show me more strength that is enough to attract my attention, or you challenge me yourself." Everyone knew that Gao Hongjing wouldn't choose Chunzong as his opponent. Then, who would be his opponent? Immediately, everyone's hearts were raised again. "Then, I'll pick whatever I want." Gao Hongjing grinned. His eyes shone with a cold light as he pointed his finger at random. Gao Hongjing casually pointed his finger. Every time he pointed at a person, the person who was pointed by Gao Hongjing's finger would tremble slightly. Their expressions would change slightly, and their hearts would abruptly contract. Only when his finger pointed at someone else did they let out a sigh of relief. It wasn't that they were cowards, but that Gao Hongjing was too strong. The problem was that when they fought with Gao Hongjing, which one of them wasn't seriously injured, or even embarrassed. In the end, they would rather fight with Fu Yunxiao than Gao Hongjing. Because Gao Hongjing's attacks were too violent and merciless. On the 9th time, his finger pointed. "It's you," Gao Hongjing said. The person who was chosen was shocked. He revealed a bitter smile and said, "Senior brother Gao, I'm not your opponent. I admit defeat." Gao Hongjing sneered. He didn't say anything, but everyone could see the contempt in his eyes. The person who admitted defeat had an ugly expression on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything. The gap between their strength was too big. Not long after, it was Fu Yunxiao's turn to pick his opponent. Fu Yunxiao wasn't as high profile as Gao Hongjing. He casually pointed at a person not far from him. "Senior brother Fu, I admit defeat," the person immediately said. After that, no one admitted defeat. Regardless of the result, it was still a battle. The first round of the finals ended. Some people won and received 1 point, some lost and didn't receive any point. There were also some who drew and didn't receive any point. Before the start of the second round, everyone's strength and injuries had recovered, so it wouldn't affect the following matches. The second round still began with number 1. After the first round, number 1 had rested for a long time and watched a lot of battles, so he had a good idea of how to choose his opponent. Battle after battle continued. This time, Chen Zong's opponent was number 12. Number 12 wasn't on the previous cloud list, but his cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the Transcendent Realm. He had also cultivated the White Cloud Extreme True Art to the 16th stage and comprehended the power of white clouds to the 7th layer. When the battle began, number 12 knew that Chen Zong's strength wasn't bad, so he used his full strength as soon as he attacked. White clouds surged forward like a surging tide, carrying with them a terrifying force. Each wave of energy was tyrannical, condensed from number 12's strength, seemingly capable of destroying everything in its path. This kind of offensive was completely different from Ho Wu's attack just now. It wasn't a point-to-point attack, but rather an area of effect attack. This was also the method number 12 came up with to break Chen Zong's sword ring. Would it work? Chen Zong's expression remained calm and indifferent. Facing number 12's tidal wave of attacks, he simply slashed out with his sword. The sword light scattered in all directions, forming a 5-foot sword circle. Instantly, it resisted the raging tide that was pushing towards them. The raging tide surged past them. It was like a wave crashing against a reef, rushing past an immovable reef. As it turned out, the sword ring was still unbreakable. Without a higher realm, skill, or absolute strength, it was impossible to break Chen Zong's sword ring. The only way to break it was to continuously attack and consume Chen Zong's strength. But number 12 obviously wasn't enough. However, Chen Zong didn't fight back immediately. Instead, he took advantage of number 12's increasingly violent attacks to sharpen his sword ring and eliminate as many flaws as possible. In many people's eyes, Chen Zong's sword ring had no flaws, but Chen Zong sensed that his sword ring was still incomplete and could be perfected. 15 minutes later, number 12 had used his secret method, but he still couldn't break Chen Zong's sword ring. And Chen Zong's sharpening had come to an end. Counterattack. Following a slight flaw in number 12's attack, number 12 attacked with his sword. This sword was extremely mysterious. All of number 12's strength was shattered. Number 12's sword went straight in. An extremely tyrannical force burst out from number 12's sword, instantly tearing apart number 12's defense. Defeated. Chen Zong got 3 points. Number 13. Number 14. Number 15. One challenge after another, it was number 18's turn again, Chen Zong. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong picked a random opponent and performed a 5-foot-long sword ring. Number 12 couldn't break it at all. After a series of fierce attacks, Chen Zong found a flaw and defeated number 12 with a counterattack, gaining 4 points. I've figured out Chen Zong's style. First, he performs the sword ring to defend himself. When number 12's attack stops, he seizes the opportunity to fight back, a disciple said confidently, thinking that he had figured out the secret. That's right. When dealing with Chen Zong, we must grasp the rhythm and not let him seize the opportunity. It was easy to say, but not necessarily easy to do. What's more, this was only a small part of Chen Zong's strength. Yu Nianxin defeated her opponent again and gained 3 points. Senior sister Yu. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt that Yu Nianxin's strength was extraordinary. The stronger her opponent was, the stronger she seemed to be. This meant that Yu Nianxin's strength was not as simple as she had shown. She was even stronger. Yu Nianxin was strong and Chen Zong was happy for her. Xia Minglang's strength was also very strong. He won consecutively and gained 3 points. It had to be said that Xia Minglang was indeed very outstanding among the new disciples. So far, he was considered the most outstanding new disciple. Even among the veteran disciples, he was extremely outstanding. Xia Minglang is expected to be in the top 10. Yes, he's very strong. In this year's batch, Xia Minglang is the most outstanding, followed by Yu Nianxin and Chen Zong. The others are just average. Chen Zong is just so if this is his strength. There were a lot of discussions and naturally, Chen Zong heard them. Chen Zong was not upset at all. It was as if he didn't hear them. It didn't matter what others said. What was important was oneself. When it was Bai Xie, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao's turn, no one took the initiative to challenge them. However, when they challenged others, they all admitted defeat. One match after another, the second round of the finals came to an end. In each round, being challenged and challenging others could earn 2 points at most. However, if you lost, you wouldn't get any point. After 2 rounds, there were not many who could maintain a winning record. The third round began. In each round, every disciple would appear in their best condition. Chen Zong still won 2 matches. Yu Nianxin also won 2 matches. Xia Minglang also won 2 matches. They all got 6 points. Some people were surprised that Chen Zong could win 6 matches in a row and get 6 points. The fourth round. Chen Zong won another match and accumulated 7 points. Number 33 chose Chen Zong as his opponent. Suddenly, there was an uproar. Number 33, named Su Qinglin, was ranked 15th on the last cloud list. His strength was not comparable to Ho Wu's. Chen Zong's winning streak is about to end. Su Qinglin's strength is extremely strong. He should be able to break Chen Zong's sword circle. Once the sword circle is broken, Chen Zong will be defeated. That's right. Su Qinglin also practices swordsmanship. His swordsmanship is extremely brilliant. He will definitely be able to break Chen Zong's sword circle. To many people, the sword circle displayed by Chen Zong was a kind of swordsmanship. It was a kind of swordsmanship with impenetrable defense. Only those who were skilled in martial arts could see that it was not a kind of swordsmanship, but a kind of extraordinary skill under a high level. Su Qinglin practiced swordsmanship, but his swordsmanship realm was not as high as Chen Zong's. He had only reached the second level of swordsmanship. Your sword circle is indeed brilliant, but my swordsmanship is even better. Su Qinglin was full of confidence. His words revealed a trace of shocking sharpness. Those who practiced swordsmanship needed to have a clear mind and cultivate the spirit. Only then could the sword be incomparably sharp. Su Qinglin's tone and eyes revealed amazing confidence and willpower, with a terrifying sharpness. This showed that Su Qinglin had brilliant attainments and belief in swordsmanship. Perhaps this would be a good opponent, but he did not know how much strength he could use. Could he deal with him with only the cultivation of qi refining? Chapter 1176. 5,000 meters up in the sky was blue and the sun was hanging in the sky. Its light was dazzling, scorching, and dazzling, illuminating everything. On the 10,000-meter-high arena, two figures faced each other from a distance. Su Qinglin blinked his eyes and his pupils became as sharp as a sword, emitting a cold light. Sword chi pierced through the void and shot straight into Chen Zong's eyes. Those who practiced the sword had a sharp aura, and their eyes were as sharp as a sword that had been unsheathed. When combined with a unique technique, they could cultivate the eye sword. If the opponent's spiritual will was not strong enough, they would be frightened by the eye sword. It would be as if they were being cut by the sword, and it would be difficult for them to use their full strength. The sharper the eye sword, the more profound the sword cultivator's understanding and mastery of the sword Tao. It also meant that the sword cultivator's willpower was stronger. In most cases, Su Qinglin's eye sword was successful, but it didn't work on Chen Zong. Su Qinglin was secretly shocked. He restrained the sharpness in his eyes and waved his right hand, leaving afterimages. His fingers grasped the hilt of his sword and slowly pulled it out of the sheath. A ray of dazzling blue light rippled out like water. An astonishing chill spread out and swept in all directions. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. The sword was emitting a green light. Its body was very thin and slender. Traces of terrifying power lingered around it. A grade 8 spirit sword. It had the strength of an ordinary transcendent realm level 8. Basically, the top 10 on the cloud roll all had grade 9 spirit weapons, while the 11th to 20th had grade 8 spirit weapons that could significantly increase their strength. The long sword was unsheathed and sword chi shot out. Then, Su Qinglin's wrist shook and the sword trembled, leaving behind a blurry illusion as it shot out. The sword was like an illusory cloud. It was changeable and shockingly sharp. Chen Zong could tell at a glance that Su Qinglin also cultivated the illusory cloud way and should only be in the upper part. The illusory cloud way was the main transformation. If he practiced the sword, he would have the sharpness of a sword. Chen Zong also cultivated the illusory cloud way and had already mastered the essence of the upper part. Now, he had comprehended most of the essence of the middle part. In terms of attainments in the illusory cloud way, he was better than Su Qinglin. The cyan light was as changeable as the clouds, covering Chen Zong from all directions. It was like the fluctuation of clouds and mist, but it also had the sharpness of a sword. It was as if it was going to pierce thousands of holes into Chen Zong's body. His feet did not move and his body did not move. The black light sword was unsheathed, and the blade seemed to have disappeared, leaving only a beam of light in the sky. An extremely ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out, surging through the sky, and ripples spread out like ripples on water. Su Qinglin launched dozens and hundreds of attacks with his sword. They surrounded Chen Zong, but were all blocked by Chen Zong's sword. The sword circle reappeared. It was as if a large number of pebbles had been thrown into a calm lake, creating countless ripples. Su Qinglin was a little surprised that he was unable to break through the sword circle with one strike. However, it was only a little surprise. After all, this strike was just a probing strike. Su Qinglin's expression was solemn and his eyes were sharp. A sharp light shot out from his eyes like cold lightning. His aura became even sharper in an instant, as if invisible sword chi was cutting through the void. Kill! With a low shout, it was as if the wind and the clouds were surging and the thunder was splitting the sky. The momentum was terrifying. The green light exploded, bursting out with an incomparably shocking power, bringing along layers upon layers of misty sword shadows. It was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake, and it was difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. It was as if the clouds in the sky were constantly changing, yet it was also as sharp as a gust of wind. The speed of the sword was amazing, and its power was tyrannical and extremely sharp. Even the disciples who were far away from the arena could feel the terrible power contained in this sword, as if it was going to tear them apart. What kind of sword pressure would Chen Zong bear the brunt of it? However, Chen Zong looked indifferent, as if he did not feel the slightest pressure. Su Qinglin's extremely fierce sword attack came, but Chen Zong waved his sword and blocked it accurately. The 5-foot-long sword circle still did not break. Ding! Ding! Su Qinglin's spiritual power burst out, and his body seemed to turn into a blue cloud. Countless sword lights burst out, like thousands of clouds falling down, and like a torrential downpour. Such an attack was much fiercer than Ho Wu's. If it were Ho Wu, he would probably be defeated in less than 3 breaths. However, after 10 breaths, Chen Zong's 5-foot-long sword circle still did not break. Su Qinglin's attack became sharper and more powerful, and Chen Zong's figure was swallowed up and disappeared. Only the dense sound that made people's scalp numb kept surging. Everyone stared at it with their eyes wide open, but they could not see Chen Zong. They did not know whether Chen Zong's unbreakable sword circle had been broken or not. 30 breaths. It lasted for 30 breaths, which showed Su Qinglin's amazing endurance and terrible attack. Like a blue cloud surging, it kept changing in the air and retreated quickly. Su Qinglin attacked wildly, but he was unable to break through Chen Zong's sword circle. While feeling incomparably shocked, he also recalled that the people who had been defeated by Chen Zong before had been defeated because Chen Zong had grasped a trace of an opening and counterattack. Then, he could not give Chen Zong this opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment before his energy was exhausted, Su Qinglin immediately retreated and pulled away from Chen Zong, so that Chen Zong could not catch a flaw and immediately counterattack. In this way, he could regroup and burst out again. When Su Qinglin retreated, Chen Zong, who had been motionless, suddenly took a step forward. His footsteps were unpredictable like clouds, making people feel that he was unfathomable. It was as if he was stepping on clouds without any force and would fall at any time, but he was very stable, making people tremble in fear. The black light sword broke through the air with a beam of stunning sword light. The sword light was like a rolling white cloud that was unpredictable, and it directly enveloped Su Qinglin's entire body. Illusory cloud path. Su Qinglin was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword to resist. However, Chen Zong's illusory cloud path was superior, Chen Zong's sword principle was superior, and Chen Zong's attainments in swordsmanship were superior. In other words, except for his cultivation level, Chen Zong was superior to Su Qinglin in all other aspects, which was enough to make up for the difference in cultivation level. Previously, Su Qinglin only felt that Chen Zong's swordsmanship defense was amazing and difficult to break through. After experiencing it personally, he was even more impressed. The sword circle sword technique was difficult or even impossible to break through. What he did not expect was that Chen Zong's counterattack was so exquisite that it seemed to be superior to his. Platinum sword body. Su Qinglin had already cultivated the platinum sword body to the phenomenal success stage. Once he used it, a platinum light immediately covered every part of his body. This platinum aura was not only astonishingly sharp, but also provided a layer of protection for Su Qinglin to better protect himself. Once the 5th-grade secret technique, Platinum Sword Body, was used, Su Qinglin's strength increased significantly. When he counterattacked with his sword, the sword light was dyed with a layer of platinum and became even sharper. Illusory Cloud 9 turns. With a low shout, the long sword hummed and turned into a platinum cloud. In an instant it changed 9 times. Every time it changed, its aura would be strengthened. After the 9th change, the aura reached its peak and the sword was chopped down. It was like a blow from heaven. After the changes reached the peak, it turned complicated into simple, and the sword was majestic. Chop! With a roar, it was like a thunderbolt from the 9th heaven. The power was extremely terrible, and Su Qinglin had used up all his strength. Everyone stared at it with their eyes wide open. The power of this sword had already made the top 10 on the last cloud list feel a little pressure. Would Chen Zong be able to block this sword? If he could not block it, it meant that Chen Zong's strength was limited. If he could block it, it meant that Chen Zong's strength was higher than everyone's guess. Xia Minglang narrowed his eyes and stared at Chen Zong. He remembered that back then, he had broken the record and wanted to receive 16,000 contribution points. In the end, someone called Chen Zong beat him to it. Since then, Xia Minglang had remembered the name Chen Zong. However, as time went by, there was no more news about Chen Zong, and Xia Minglang forgot about him. More than a year ago, it was said that Chen Zong defeated Su Ling, who was ranked 70th on the cloud list, with a single stroke, and even made Su Ling faint with his aura. Although he was not sure if the news was true or false, this name came into his mind again. After more than a year, this person did not have any obvious actions, and Xia Minglang forgot about him again. Now, he had entered the cloud list with him, and he had won consecutive battles. Furthermore, they were disciples of the same batch. Xia Minglang had to pay attention to him. Su Qinglin's strength was very strong. If it were Xia Minglang, he would not have much confidence to defeat him. Xia Minglang also felt great pressure from this sword. He was not completely confident that he could block it. Then, could Chen Zong block it? Chen Zong's eyes flashed. This sword was indeed very exquisite. He had mastered the essence of the upper part of the illusory cloud way and created this move, the illusory cloud 9 turns. 1 turn, 1 change, 1 change, and 1 change increased the power. In the last turn, whether it was the aura or the power, it was raised to the extreme. This sword was exquisite and powerful, but Chen Zong was not afraid. So far, Chen Zong had only used part of the strength of qi refining, and even not all of his strength. However, the power of this sword was indeed very strong. Chen Zong had to use more strength to deal with it. Spiritual power surged and burst into the dark light sword. The sword trembled. The dark light sword was only a 3rd-grade spiritual sword. It could no longer keep up with Chen Zong's pace. However, Chen Zong did not dare to use the Nirvana evil sword. This was not the Canglan world, but the much stronger Lingwu holy world. There were many Saint Realm powerhouses, and even great Saint powerhouses. It was difficult to guarantee that they would not be tempted by the Nirvana evil sword. After all, in Chen Zong's opinion, the Nirvana evil sword was stronger than the Scarlet Flame sword. It might even be a saint weapon. The Nirvana evil sword could not be stored in the storage ring, so Chen Zong temporarily left it in the Cloud Hall. As for the Scarlet Flame sword, it was a half-step saint weapon. It was very powerful. Chen Zong did not want to use it at the moment. Firstly, in the outer sect competition, Chen Zong wanted to rely on his own strength. Unless the opponent was too strong, so strong that he had no choice but to use the Scarlet Flame sword. Secondly, the Scarlet Flame sword was very precious. If he could not use it, he would not use it. As a trump card, he would avoid unnecessary covetousness. However, if it was only to deal with Su Qinglin, there was no need to use the Scarlet Flame sword. Illusory Cloud Sky Slashing Sword. This was a peak-grade spirit-grade sword art that Chen Zong had cultivated long ago. He had grasped the true intent of this sword art, and after countless battles and massacres, his Tao of the sword had improved greatly. The level of this sword art was much higher than before, and it was infinitely close to being a peak-grade spirit-grade sword art. When this sword was unleashed, it seemed to have a familiar and unique charm. Immediately, many people's eyes lit up. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.